Madam Director, I see it's 8 o'clock. I know we have, why don't we do a roll call, and by that time, maybe the treasurer will be here.
That sounds great. Mr. Chairman, I'm also having Courtney reach out to the treasurer's office to see if there's a delay. So, members of the Board of Land Commissioners, I believe that's how we will convene first. Looks like Madam Superintendent is here. Madam State Auditor is here. The Secretary of State is here. And Governor Gordon is here. We do have a quorum. We may proceed. We are missing Mr. Treasurer.
And we'll note that when he arrives. Thank you.
Right. So if you'd like to get going, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to understand the procedures on when the land commissioners is going to go before the SLIB. Is it ad hoc? Because, you know, I get questions on public comment, and I know it's noticed from 8 a.m. to 12, and the feeling from council and the staff is that means it can be done in any order. But, you know, when I get questions, usually the week before, I assume the SLIB's going before the Board of Land Commissioners unless I hear otherwise. This time it was said in the briefing, but the briefing is 2 days before. So what goes into that decision, and is there any procedure where I can ascertain in the week before which one's going first?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
Thanks. Oh, and I note the treasurer is arriving.
So, Mr. Chairman, that means that, is there any way to ascertain it?
I think you could ask.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding we are convening as the State Board of Land Commissioners first. The first item on the agenda is approval of the June 6th State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Members of the board, I think you've had a chance to review those. If there are any questions or comments or changes, now's the opportunity. If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of June 6th.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the June 6th meeting of the Board of Land Commissioners.
Second.
It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided you and the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this time, but we have staff here that would stand for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for the staff for the matters behind tab B? Hearing none, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
What's the pleasure of the board? Want to have a recommended consent list? Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The following items listed on the Board of Land Commissioners agenda for August 1st, 2024 appear to be amenable for treatment on a consent list. E2 through E11, E13, F1, F3, G1 through G11, H1 through H2.
So members of the board, you have heard the proposed consent list, E2 through E11, E13, F1, F3, G1 through G11, H1 through H2. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove a couple.
Okay,
G1 and G2, please.
G1 and G2.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move a consent list of the following items: E2 through E11, E13, F1, F3, G3 through G11, and H1 and H2.
It's been moved and seconded. We have a consent list before us, E2 through E11, E13, F1, F3, G3 through G11, H1 and 2. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. We have a consent list. I would now entertain a motion to support the director's recommendations on the items on the consent list, E2 through E11, E13, F1, F3, G3 through G11, H1, and H2.
So moved, Mr.
Been
Chairman.
moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the superintendent.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to note on the oil and gas lease auction, I do not have any benefit whatsoever from companies on this, but just for perceived conflict would just recuse myself from those purchased by Kirkwood Oil and Gas.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I just want to ask the director and the staff, has there been any negative comments on any of these consent list items?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, no, we have not received negative comments. Typically, if we understand that somebody would like to come and speak to the board about them, we automatically remove them from our proposed consent list, which, as you can see, was done here for one of the oil and gas lease extensions. We did have someone contact us on that, but typically we remove them if we receive negative comments.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I knew that was the case. I just wanted everybody else to know that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any further questions, comments? If there are none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? The matters on the consent list are passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda, we do have the State Forester, Kelly Norris, here to give the forestry and fire report. We know she's a busy lady, but she's here to provide that report to the board, so I would yield to her.
Thank you, State Forester. I know it's going to be a busy day, and to answer the good secretary's question, I know you have a full schedule. That's why I put you first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I appreciate the time to provide your report today. So I'm going to kick off my report with the wildfire update. Turns out Wyoming's having a fire season. We've had 398 wildfires burn approximately 76,200 acres. These numbers are growing every day. We expect to continue to have an active fire season into August. We have weather predictions hot and dry, above average temperatures, below normal precip. We are expecting sometime midweek, August 5th, some moisture coming this direction across Wyoming. Hopefully that doesn't include lightning with it. Our aviation assets have been very busy over the last 2 months, sometimes responding to 3 to 4 wildfires in a given day. Wyoming Helitech has flown 37 missions, in which 35 of those were wildfires and the other 2 were radio repeater missions. Our contracted single-engine air tankers have flown on 33 wildfires, dropped 98 loads for over 76,000 gallons delivered. We've had our seats assist on a few fires over in Nebraska, but really this year we've also had support from seats in South Dakota, Montana, and Wyoming BLM have brought in additional seats in Warland and out of Rollins. Other resources such as the smoke busters, our engines, heavy equipment, we have trailers and our staff. We've been supporting wildfires throughout our state. I cannot praise Wyoming's counties enough for their hard work and their efforts. I'm also very grateful to Wyoming BLM and the U.S. Forest Service, who have been helping coordinate and provide necessary aviation and crew resources. The last update I want to share with the board about Wyoming wildfire is about the Wyoming Fire Service Hall of Fame. The Wyoming Fire Service Hall of Fame recognizes the accomplishments and deeds of individual firefighters or EMS personnel of a career, combination, or volunteer fire department who in their service to as first responders to the citizens of Wyoming have excelled in their dedication and service. This year, for the first time ever, Wyoming State Forestry has staff receiving this distinguished honor. And one of them is the first female ever to receive this award. These 4 state forestry firefighters are Ray Weidenhoff, Dana Stone, Ray Berquist, and Linda Berkefelt. All of them are past retired. All of them have been, Ray Weidenhoff, for example, he was our FMO for many, many years, started the Helitac program. Dana Stone is a combination. He was our district forester out of Lyman for many years, but this is a combination nomination with the Uinta Fire because he still sits on that board. Ray Berquist was an assistant district forester out of Newcastle. Again, this is a combination nomination with Weston County Fire. And Linda Berkefelt was our lead fire finance for many, many years here in Cheyenne. So the ceremony for the induction will be August 17th at 10:30 a.m. in Riverton at the Fire Academy, and all are welcome to attend this event. There are others who are going to be receiving this award as well that I think the board will know and recognize a few of their names. One is the retired Fire Marshal Mark Young, and the other one is a retired firefighter from Powder River Fire District, Mr. Steve Haynes. So moving on to a quick G&A update. Field season is in full swing for our G&A foresters. Currently, we have a seasonal in the Bighorns, a G&A forester in the Black Hills, and a G&A forester in the Medicine Bow route. We are actively recruiting for the Bridger Teton and the Shoshone G&A foresters. Next week, State Forestry will be showcasing a G&A timber sale on the Bridger Teton National Forest to highlight the importance of the Farm Bill and Good Neighbor Authority as part of a Wyoming County Commissioner Association staffer tour, legislative staffer tour, so that'll be great. State Forestry is excited to announce the 2024 Wyoming Forest Landowner of the Year, who is Jack and Celia Corson of Belle-Ott Ranch. The Belle-Ott Ranch is located near Garrett, Wyoming, and has a really long history of active forest management. They've had timber harvesting, pre-commercial thinning, aspen enhancement, and even prescribed fire on their property. And we just appreciate their efforts and all of Wyoming's private forested landowners and their part that they do to keep our forests healthy and resilient. And then lastly, I just want to give the board a real quick update on the Old Growth Plan Amendment, which is out for comment through September 20th. The National Old Growth Field Meeting occurred on July 10th on the Medicine Bow route and brought in leadership from Washington, D.C. to come and see us out in Wyoming. We visited an old growth stand that died because of mountain pine beetle and was burned over from the Mullen Fire. We have formed a forestry leadership team, and this includes Wyoming's conservation districts, county commissioners, state agencies, and the governor's office. And this team meets about bi-weekly, and we're basically getting together to form comments for and provide influence on the changes of these amendments, which are going to change every single forest plan in Wyoming. And so with that, I'm going to end my presentation here and open it up to any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions for the board? Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if you could update a little bit on the Fort Laramie, Guernsey, Hartville situation, what the status is on that. I've been trying to follow up, but we were at a committee meeting yesterday, and we're coming back on I-80, which is actually closed because of for a little bit, but because of fire activity. But was wondering if you could give a little bit of an update on the status, how close it is to the structures in each town, and what the plan is.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that is a great question. So our firefighters, many who've come from all over Wyoming counties, as well as Camp Guernsey, State Forestry, and federal BLM partners, have been on that fire for multiple days. It has gotten very close to multiple structures. It made a run south to Guernsey in the middle of the night, as well as Fort Laramie. Those lines have been pretty secured. We do have we're saying it's still 0% containment, but through today, we're hoping that that's going to change drastically and increase. We do have an area in the Haystack Mountains that are going to be very difficult to get containment around. And so currently, we're trying to decide how to best manage that with the resources we have. We only have 3 crews. We, in Wyoming, are competing with some very, very large fires that are burning homes in Colorado and out west and Montana and Idaho. So we are working with the resources we have, and we'll continue to do that. But as of right now, the fire has slowed down in activity. They've caught their breath a little bit, but we're still keeping a very close eye that whole area. And we believe as long as things go very well this morning, that we will be wanting to release the evacuations and allow people back into the community of Hartville and Pleasant Valley. And the fire on 80 was caught, luckily. Carbon County, yes, near Rollins. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You also have a fire up in Park County?
Yes, we do. Well, we don't. The Shoshone National Forest
Right.
does. Have an active fire in the Shoshone National Forest, the Clearwater Fire. It is in a very difficult area. It did make a run in very late afternoon on Monday night and required evacuations in the campgrounds and cabins in the vicinity due to the concern of not knowing how far of runs those were going to make in the activity at night. With that, the fire has been active, but it has not made any large runs since that Monday night. And so we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that. They do have a Type 3 team managing that, and we receive daily updates on plans with that fire. And until it comes off some of that rough terrain, there's not much those firefighters are able to do. And so they're working pretty closely on strategically setting up where they are going to catch that fire.
Thanks. And then the fire by Douglas.
Yes, so that is already 80% contained, probably going to be pretty well contained throughout today. That's the Converse County fire. Our helitack saw the plume and they just went and responded at a Duncan Ranch. And it was an excellent amount of County Road and Bridge, Forest Service, and county resources that were able to get around that. Again, it was very active throughout the night, burning a substantial amount of mountain mahogany. It did not burn as much in the grass, and that's where they were able to truly catch it. The grass was pretty green still in that area. And so they're feeling much better about it. We had our seats and our helicopter on that fire yesterday. No need for any of that today, finishing up mop-up status, and they're feeling very good about that one.
Thank you. Any other questions?
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. And please thank the crews out in the field.
Yes, will do, thanks.
Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda is D1, which is to review surface impact, review of the surface impact payment schedules for easements and temporary use permits. Chapters 3 and Chapter 14 required the board to annually review the payment schedules. We have, in conjunction and consultation with our appraisers, reviewed those schedules and made some recommended increases that you will see, I think, in red strike ad form in your board books. I will turn it over to Mr. Booth for any questions and if he has any further color on that.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the only thing I'd add is that our recommendation is to account for inflation and increase those rates by a CPI at 3.5%. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions? If there are none, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation that we approve the revised surface impact payment schedules for easements and temporary use permits as set forth in the board matter.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda is E1, which is our lease assignment applications statewide, the grazing and agricultural lease and special use lease assignments. Board matter E1 contains a list of those assignment applications that staff is recommending for board approval. This is typical business conducted by staff and the board. However, there is one grazing and agricultural assignment requested for lease 2-5327 involving Gordon Ranches LLC. We've pulled this off the consent list because we understand that, that Governor, you would like to recuse yourself from the vote on that as the potential of a conflict.
Absolutely. Thank you. I will recuse myself from 525327.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to recuse myself from 1-7421.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Duly noted. Further comments? All right, Mr. Secretary. Okay, thank you. I hope I don't get any feedback, Mr. Bump. I was having trouble connecting, so. Should be muted. Should be off screen. Great, thank you. So, Madam Director, would you propose or suggest, excuse me, a consent list?
Mr. Chairman, we could certainly propose a consent list. Those would be lease 1-6837, 1-7057, 1-7421. Oh, sorry,
that one's
remove
off. I'm
7421, sorry. 1-7660, 1-7744, 1-8020, 1-8055, 1-8334, 1-8498, 8532, 1-8864, 2-5552, 2-5590, 2-5645, 3-6746, 3-6813, 3-7295, 3-7898, 3-7989, 3-8694, 3-8765, 3-8770. That would be the consent list for all to approve if they wish to vote in the affirmative.
All right, thank you, Madam Director. I would entertain a motion to that effect.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list as enumerated by the director.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Mr. Secretary, did you vote? Aye, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Oh, over here.
what?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's
Thank you.
recommendation on the
Sorry.
consent list.
Was
Second.
out there somewhere. Thank you. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, that leaves on the assignment for lease 1-7421.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation on the assignment of lease 1-7421.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. I'm going to turn the next matter over to you, and I will draw back from the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we need to dispense with lease 2-5327. Director, just,
Mr. Chairman, just understanding that the convention in the past was that when you drew back, that it would go to the Secretary of State as Lieutenant Governor. Is there,
Mr. Secretary, we don't have a position of Lieutenant Governor in Wyoming. We have the position of Secretary of State, and this board has by custom done that. But in this case, it is my understanding you may have some questions, and I want to be able to make sure that I'm properly represented, which is why I went to the number 3.
oh, who told you I had questions?
I just presumed you would.
Oh, I don't have any questions.
Okay. All right, well, it shouldn't be a problem. Thanks.
Madam Auditor.
So, Mr. Chairman, is it the convention now that?
I'm the chairman, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so is the convention that are you going against the precedent that the second in command will not share in your lack of presidency?
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. I don't think that's in a necessarily timely conversation between board members right now.
Okay. Well,
So with
I just
that,
want to express my objection. I think that this is not constitutional.
any further questions or any questions on lease 2-5327? If not, I would entertain a motion on that.
Madam
Assignment?
Auditor,
Madam Superintendent.
I would move approval of lease number 2-5327.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Secretary, did you vote?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Governor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is E12, which is a special use lease application provided by Teton County. We're excited about this. It concerns Munger Mountain. I will yield to Deputy Director Crowder to provide the details for the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application for special use lease has a long history, somewhat long history. It started with the legislative action back in 2020 when the legislature passed a bill, House Enrolled Act number 83, to ask the office to conduct a study and solicit proposals for commercial leasing on all lands within Teton County. Through that action and when we solicited those proposals, we received three topics for use for the Munger Mountain parcel specifically. The first was for luxury camping. The second was for a boundary adjustment to increase the ease of the grazing use in the area. And the third was to prioritize a partnership for recreation and conservation. Obviously, that legislation didn't have any action behind it. It was just simply a solicitation for opportunities and a study. So we never moved forward with any of those opportunities, but concentrated our efforts elsewhere in Teton County. Since then, though, the neighbors of Munger Mountain and the Jackson Hole Land Trust in Teton County have come together and have developed a good plan to do that third item, which is to prioritize recreation and conservation on that parcel, and to do so in a way that returns revenue benefit back to the trust beneficiaries. So over the past few years, they have put their heads together and have come up with a good plan, which is the one that we have here, for a proposal for use of that parcel. It's the only proposal that we've received since that study, so it's the only one that the board's really considering at this time. The proposal itself is for a 35-year term recreational lease. It would allow for the public to continue its use of the parcel through the use of established trails, possibly creating new trails, enhancing trails, and possibly closing trails as well. They plan to enhance those trails by creating more bridges for easier access and promoting the parking areas, adding one new parking area and allowing that to be a better experience. They've offered the lease on the full 640 acres. It's important to note that this idea has largely been in place for quite some time because the board recognized the recreational component of the parcel as it sits adjacent to the Bridger-Teton National Forest and what the forest has done to prioritize recreation in the area. They've put together a great plan for recreation for not just non-motorized trail use, but motorized trails as well. So we, the board back in 2009, restricted use of those two-track roads, I guess, to motorized vehicles, but allowed the trails to continue and allowed them to be used in concert with that recreational use on the adjacent forest to the south of this property. So this proposal encompasses the full 640 acres. They've offered $75,000 annually for compensation. We've done a market analysis of that offer and believe it to be a market rate. Obviously, the lands in Teton County are very hard to value. They're almost invaluable, and drawing comparisons to how much a lease could bring on those parcels is difficult. The board's rules allow for a minimum of 5.5% of the appraised value. The appraised value of that is obviously difficult to ascertain, and 5.5% of that is a very large number. So second from that, we look at comparables. We reached out to adjacent states, the state of Colorado, the state of Montana, and the state of Utah, to see if they had any similar type uses. There's not a lot of comparables in the state of Wyoming, specifically not in Teton County, to understand what a true market rate for this type of use could be. We got some great information from those states. However, they do a limited amount of this as well on their state trust lands. And I think the most direct comparable we found was from the state of Colorado. That Front Range area that's west of Loveland, west of Fort Collins, is largely under state ownership and has a recreational lease on it. So we pulled from them to understand what their lease terms were and what the value was. And they assured us that $75,000 per year was a market rate, was very comparable with what they offer in that area. It's also a non-exclusive rate. So the board still can entertain other uses going forward, but it would do so in a way that would have an analysis to make sure it was compatible, not only with this recreational lease, but with the grazing lease out there as well. The state of Colorado wanted to make sure that we understood that there is a difference between exclusive and non-exclusive, and that's what we've done here. And in conversations with Teton County, I believe they agree that a non-exclusive situation is a good situation. It still allows them the ability to use the parcel as they want to, as they've applied for. It allows them to have a conversation with us or be at the table if we get any other opportunities for use of this. And they understand that we'll be looking at it from a lens that ensures that any new uses will be done in a compatible way with what they've are experiencing there.
Mr. Treasurer.
Get clarification, who determines whether it's compatible? The use plan and the leasees that would be to have the recreational lease, or the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, a great question. It'll be a combination of the two. So in our normal process through the special use leasing rules, the existing lessee, the existing surface lessees, that would be the grazing lessee and this one if it's approved, would get the opportunity to consent to the new use coming on and to provide comments. So that consent and comment comes to the board. If it's non-consent with negative comments, it comes to the board for final decision-making. But they have a great opportunity to share what the concerns might be and ways to mitigate those concerns if they can find them. They also have to consent to that.
So clear going in, then they have to consent, but we don't have to agree, and we can use any non-exclusive use on that property in the future.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer,
And
that's
they
correct.
have, they have the choice to, continue paying the lease or, I guess, vacate it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
To add on, Mr. Chairman, to the annual offer of $75,000, it's our custom to add an escalator to that amount of 3.5%. That's what it is today, to keep pace with inflationary pressures. That'll change on an annual basis, but this year's 3.5%. And to provide for 5-year rent reviews. So we will increase by 3.5 each year. We'll address the rent every 5 years to see if it's appropriate for the actual use that's occurring on the property. Mr. Chairman, we also.
Mr. Chairman, where does it say the 5-year review? What I see here is it's vague when it just says the 3.5% to offset inflationary pressure. And then this indicates that was based on a 10-year weighted average of the U.S. Consumer Price Index. So are you saying there's going to be a 5-year review based on the 10-year weighted average of the Consumer Price Index?
Mr. Chairman, it's noted within the director's recommendation for the 5-year rent review.
Yeah.
That 5-year rent review does not have anything to do with the 10-year CPI index. It is simply the market value of the use that's occurring on the property. So the same analysis that we underwent to develop the $75,000, our appraisers will go through that again to ensure that $75,000 or whatever that number is plus the escalator is appropriate going for the next 5 years.
Okay, I just want to be clear that that 75,000 and 3.5% escalator is a floor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, historically, it has been a floor. It doesn't say it's a floor, and if for whatever reason, market values show that the rates have decreased, there's an opportunity for that to decrease as well.
I'd rather have a guarantee, I guess. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, going further, we had done a lot of work, obviously, in Teton County, and through that work, we had promised that we wouldn't do any other work without having a town hall meeting with the public and with the county commissioners to ensure that everybody was on the same page with any further efforts that we contemplated in the area. We completed that, checked one box because Teton County is the applicant here, so we've been working with them to ensure that everybody's on the same page for what this application looks like. The second is that we did hold a public hearing in June in Teton County and had a great turnout. We had 60-plus people that attended the public hearing. We solicited comments in that hearing as well, all positive for this application, and really appreciated the recreational component and appreciated the weed management component of this, and felt like that was a great situation. We also allowed for written comments to be submitted to the office. We've received 28 written comments from that, all positive for this proposal, and wished that it would move forward. Mr. Chairman, the only other thing that this board matter does is adjust the public access restriction that's currently on the property. Back in 2009, the board, as I mentioned, did restrict the public's use of the Munger Mountain parcel to close all of the two-track roads within the parcel for resource protection. We had a lot of off-road driving and trash dumping at the time. The board approved that. It also approved a seasonal closure for the protection of elk migration and elk calving to be in line with what the adjacent Forest Service property closures were as well. So those closures currently exist on that parcel. What we're asking the board here to do is to rescind that closure, to pull back your restriction and allow a new restriction to be placed on top of the property that would be in line with the Teton County's Munger Mountain Management Plan. And in that management plan, they anticipate keeping the same closures the board has done, which is restricting vehicular use on the two-track roads in the area and continuing with the seasonal closure. But what this new restriction that the board would place on the property would do would be allow Teton County, through their management plan, to do any other restrictions they felt were necessary. So if they needed to close a trail, they could do that. If they found another road that needed closed, they could do that. If they needed to further restrict a portion of the property to more human presence, they would have the ability to do that without the board needing to step in and further approve that. So what you're essentially doing is removing or rescinding your restriction that's currently in place, instituting a new restriction that says whatever Teton County does through their management plan is hereby approved by the board, and you're formalizing that through a board order 2024-1, I believe. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions. That is the lease proposal in a quick sense. I know that we have a lot of members from Teton County here, specifically Max Leddington with the Jackson Hole Land Trust. He has a presentation prepared for you as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
I got a couple, just, if there's anything that's substantially materially different than the way that those restrictions are now, doesn't have to come back to this board for review. It's automatically rubber stamped from almost like a statutory rubber stamp.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's correct. And we modeled this after what the board approved for the Pilot Hill lease outside of Laramie. When an entity is managing recreation on a parcel, they need to be somewhat nimble in how that recreation occurs. And this is the best way to do that. They have a formal management plan that we can review, and if we don't like, we can readdress at any time, but they're managing it through that management plan. So it's not necessarily ad hoc, and they would have to do whatever process they need to do to adjust that management plan as well.
One's just, I think, an informational one, Mr. Chairman, if you give me leave to ask. I had thought that the lessees were supposed to take care of the noxious weeds. There was some kind of arrangement in every lease, and what are the I guess the penalties involved if a lessee doesn't take care of the noxious weeds? is that I think maybe we're a little lax on any penalties at all. I don't know what happens.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, there's not a monetary penalty for not controlling noxious weeds. It can be considered a violation of the lease, and we do work with every lessee to do that. It's important to note that there's a lot of weed problems in this part of Teton County because of the public
Weed
use.
problems all over the place,
Everything.
yeah.
And also because of the state's past timber harvest activities in the area that brought in some weeds through soil disturbance and things like that. Teton County Weed and Pest has done a lot of work, as it has the office, to try to control weeds on that parcel. I know the Snake River Ranch also does that with Teton County Weed and Pest. It's just a giant problem. And what you want to do and what Teton County's plan is, it's a great plan, is to get in there and be aggressive with it before really promoting a lot of public use of those trails and possibly spreading those weeds even further. So they are going to take a very targeted approach on that. The other thing that I would mention is that the office did have a cost share program that helped lessees fund some of the weed efforts. That, through the legislative effort, has been taken away from the office and has been given to the Department of Ag and then funded through their state allocation committee. That's a little bit slower of a process, a little bit more clunky than what we've had. And so we've noticed statewide a slower response to weed management, unfortunately, because of that action. And however, we are working hand in glove with Department of Ag to try to move that a little quicker to make sure they're targeting what limited funds they have to where they need to go.
Yeah. Follow up, Mr. Chairman, does that, I guess, violation, does it rise to the same extent as, say, someone subleasing without remunerating funds back to the state for the sublease?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, in the beginning, I think that, yes, it's on the same vein. We're working with the lessee to correct the situation. They're probably not going to be able to eradicate the weeds out there.
Yeah.
But as long as they keep making an effort at control, then we feel like they've met the spirit of the lease provision. Once we get to renewal, we're not paying much attention to have they actually eradicated all the weeds so that they're eligible for renewal of that lease. Now, there could be a very extreme situation where it just is totally ignored, totally takes over, and that might not be the best lessee for us moving forward. We can have that conversation then.
I really like this one section here, Mr. Chairman, that getting rid of those weeds, because it's a big problem. I don't think anybody pays attention to it, and that's why we have the blow-ups all over the state.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further comments? All right, if there's anyone here from Teton, I don't know if anybody is here. No, kidding. If you'd like, please approach. Just identify yourself and there's a little guy that looks like he's sneezing. Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. Max Ludington, the president of the Jackson Land Trust. And Mr. Crowder, would you like me to go from here? Great. Thank you for allowing me the time to present. As I said, I'm the president of the Jackson Land Trust. We are a private nonprofit entity founded in 1980 that works across western Wyoming on protecting land. To date, we've worked with private landowners across western Wyoming to protect over 62,000 acres of private lands, which is a testament to the vision and the conservation ethics that are in place throughout the western part of this state. We actually also hold the only conservation easement on state trust lands, 20 acres on the southern border of Grand Teton National Park, and we've held that easement since about 1999, I believe. We, just to add on to what Mr. Crowder laid out in terms of the process here, we believe this proposal coming forward to you increases revenues to the schools substantially, should decrease management costs associated with this property for the state, should, at the end of the term, increase the overall value of the property through effective weed control. And we believe it also can serve as a model for other communities to proactively approach the state on some of these trust lands that have a high degree of community value. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. Just to add to the timeline that Mr. Crowder laid out here, from our point of view, when the proposal came forward, House Bill 162, we did submit the proposal that suggested a conservation recreational leases out there. We've honed in on the recreational values in particular of the property. In November 2021, the Jackson Land Trust approached Teton County and suggested a formal partnership, which is why I'm up here presenting to you today. The Teton County Board of County Commissioners unanimously approved that partnership, and we've been working ever since with Teton County and the staff of the Office of State Lands Investments to come up with this proposal. We did look around the state at ways. We figured this couldn't be the first time this would be addressed, and we figured that there had to be other models around the state. As Mr. Crowder referenced, we particularly looked at Albany County, and the Pilot Hill project there is a wonderful model for us to copy. There's a lot of complexities to that proposal that are not present in this one, but we thought the overall approach was a really strong one, and so we modeled a lot of this after that. In November 2022, the voters of Teton County approved with 70% of the vote an $8 million SPET measure, special purpose excise tax, to go and do conservation projects like this one. To be clear, this project was directly envisioned as part of that tax measure that was put in front of the voters of Teton County, and with nearly 70% of the vote, that measure passed. We used quite a bit of partner input in devising this strategy. In particular, worked with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, who's been a longtime partner of ours, working in this part of Teton County. We worked with the neighborhood group, the Friends of Munger Mountain, gave quite a bit of input. Forest Service gave quite a bit of input as a neighboring land manager. Friends of Pathways, local Trails and Pathways organization, gave significant input, as did many of the neighbors in the community. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide here. So this proposal was put in front of the Board of County Commissioners, who unanimously approved it, and it went off to the Office of State Lands Investment staff. We've been working with them to refine that proposal since, and very much appreciated the time that they took to come up to visit us in Teton County and listen to what people had to say on this. I just wanted to touch on why the community cares about this project and a little bit of background. This map doesn't do it justice, but there's significant recreational values, as Mr. Crowder already referenced, out on the property. Significant wildlife habitat. I'll get into a bit more detail, but it is a major elk migration corridor that goes through this project. And it also represents one of the strongholds of agriculture that remains in Teton County, and really significant in the nexus of those three. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. Just to contextualize it, the state parcel we're discussing here is at the top, outlined in purple with the purple trails on it. The Forest Service network of trails is in green, that's adjacent to that is connected to this. It's a major recreational area in Teton County. You can see the extent of the trails, very popular area, sees a lot of use, and you can see the extent of the trails that already exist on the state parcel there. From a habitat point of view, and this is information from the Game and Fish Department, what you see in the green, red, and blue are all elk designations. You can see really significant elk designations through this area, as well as the white hash marks are moose designations. So really critical from a habitat point of view here. There's a number of non-game species that utilize this property, but to be clear, this proposal is focused on the recreational values and most significantly the big game habitats associated with those. Just from a context of the conservation work and the interest of this community that's already gone into here, what you see represented in blue is the state parcel. The light green are conservation easements held by the Jackson Hole Land Trust. The dark pink is the South Park Wildlife Habitat Management Area, which is also hosts the South Park feed ground. So considerable winter range for the Snake River range of elk. So you can see basically the movements of elk across this area, and really the basis of our conservation protections have been on protecting this elk corridor. For those of you who've been out on this parcel, you can stand up here and see it. You can look up into the Snake River range, which is the summer range for this elk herd. You can look down onto the feed ground, which is the winter range, and you're standing right in the middle of it. The light pink, I should mention, are easements that are held by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department in partnership with the Jackson Hole Land Trust. We provide the stewardship on those easements, and the Game and Fish Department holds those. The most recent of those was closed last year, which was roughly 250 acres, again, focused primarily on this elk migration. The first easement, I should point out, by private landowners in here took place in 1991. So this community has been working, there's a number of landowners represented in this picture, in this graphic here on this map. A number of landowners in this community have been working to protect this corridor for quite some time. And so the interest in the Munger Mountain parcel is really significant, focused on that as well. Next slide. So into the specifics of what this lease is, again, as Mr. Crowder said, it's a 35-year proposal for $75,000 a year with the 3.5% escalator. As he referenced, that is based, the 3.5% escalator is based on fluctuating consumer price index. I didn't do the math on what 3.5% would be because that is likely to change, but 35 years at $75,000 a year is $2.625 million. Again, this is layered over the existing grazing lease. We've gotten really good input on this proposal from the Snake River Ranch, who has the existing grazing lease. We felt that this could be a model that other communities would use. Compatibility with grazing leases seems to be a very important component of that, of managing that. And so we really got heavy input from them, and this is meant to be compatible with the existing agricultural uses out there. And again, as I referenced earlier, we really did tip of the hat to Albany County for their work and really looking at how this model could be developed. So some of the things that this looks at, really the hunting access here is kind of first and foremost, not only looking at habitat management. We've talked with Snake River Ranch and planned some habitat improvements through some selective and temporary ability to fence off areas, which could allow for habitat, elk habitat in particular, to improve over time. So we will be targeting that. We'll maintain the network of trails that are most often utilized for hunting as part of this. We'll improve some of the existing trails and have a regular schedule of maintenance on those and do some improvements like bridges and some trailhead improvements. We would limit surface development in order to protect the big game habitat that exists here. And then really the weed control that was referenced would be the first step we would take. Before any of these recreational improvements go in place, before any bare soil is exposed, we would focus on trying to get the weeds under control. And that will be at the forefront of this. So just looking at the small map on the left, and apologize for the size of this on the screen now that I'm seeing it up here. Small map on the left, just again, is that previous map, the state parcels at the top with the purple trails. The map on the right is zoomed in to show the proposal. What you see in yellow on that zoomed in proposal are what would be sort of a formal and an improved trail network. There's a little bit of new trail in there to provide connections to the Forest Service, better connections to the existing Forest Service network of trails. Those would be predicated on approval from the Forest Service, their approval process. But most of what you see there is just improvements of existing trails. The areas off to the right, the kind of the northeast corner there in purple, would not be maintained or improved and actually might dissuade some use there to prevent conflicts with existing agricultural uses, as well as, to be quite honest, the best hunting habitats up there, and you don't necessarily want intensive uses up near the best hunting areas. There's two black dots there that show trailheads. Those, again, as Mr. Crowder said, would be, they exist in some form or fashion. One would be somewhat new, but really it's designed to improve overall safety. There's some issues. It's a narrow 2-lane road, county road going through there. Some people parking in there have tailgates hanging out into the road. We would try to actually improve the safety there, and instead of significant enhancements. There's a large trailhead access on the Forest Service to the south of this that would continue to serve as the main access point to this. And just showing the location and sort of why that yellow area is where those enhancements would be. When you look at the wildlife habitat as well, you can see that the bulk of that wildlife habitat is in that sort of northeast half of the property. We're trying to concentrate use, that established trail network really occurring outside of that habitat. So this is trying to minimize impact onto the habitat there. We think this is a pretty significant opportunity to improve what's already there. As Mr. Crowder said, this is already heavily utilized by the community. It's heavily utilized. There's many people around the state come and hunt this area in the fall. We think there's a great opportunity to improve the usage out there. It already sees quite a bit of use, and there's been trail counters out there already in place documenting that. We believe this is really an opportunity to enhance those opportunities that already exist out there while significantly increasing revenue for public schools in Wyoming. With that, I'm happy to entertain any questions or to cede to public comment.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman. Is all the white areas, is that private land?
Yeah, if you go on that map, is all private land. That is correct.
It's all private land?
Yep.
And I noticed we've got a couple of subdivisions, one high density in Rafter J and one probably like 9 and 10 acre lots over in Butler Creek. Do you know whether the county has approved any other subdivisions in this area on private land?
Someone from the county could probably better answer that than me. I know we have Commissioner Probst in the audience. In this direct vicinity, so this is fairly isolated. It's difficult to get to. You actually there is no bridge across the Snake River at this part of the valley. So you actually have to cross the Snake River Bridge up near Wilson and then drive all the way south on Fall Creek Road. So it's quite difficult to access. It's one of the more remote parts of Teton County. That Butler Creek subdivision is immediately adjacent, but that is the closest subdivision to this. And
The Fall Creek Road kind of looked like in a picture, like kind of a poorly maintained old 2-lane blacktop.
it's 2-lane blacktop. Once you get just past this parcel, it actually is subject to a seasonal closure. It's a dirt road over Pritchard Pass after that. So it's not open in the winter beyond that point.
Are you guys going to use the spec tax to, I see you got some other management areas here. Are you going to put walking paths and update those as well?
I don't think there's been any formal proposals for spec tax usage other than this to date. That was just approved in 2022, and I believe this is the first one that the county's actually had a request to utilize those funds for.
Yeah. I guess, had some good conversations yesterday, and this does meet, what I guess one of our goals is getting more money in for the state lands. In the long term, though, I think some of these subdivision prices that I hear up there are they're really interesting as to whether the state should look at some of these things. I don't believe we could handle something this big, but I noticed a couple of other small parcels on this, small state parcels that look like they're maybe 10 acres or 15 acres or something, and those look like they might be something we might discuss with you guys to see what your thoughts are on those in a later date.
And I would be remiss not to state, as the president of the Jackson Land Trust, we do have an existing conservation easement, which was, I believe, provide an excellent revenue source for the board previously on a very isolated parcel that had high habitat quality. We'd certainly be willing to entertain future conversations on anything you saw with high value there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Mr. Treasurer, further questions? Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Probst.
Good morning, sir. Governor Gordon, members of the commission, thank you. I'm Luther Probst, Chair of the County Board of County Commissioners in Teton County. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning, and we're really proud to be here presenting this application. We've worked closely with the Office of State Land and Investments. I don't think that Mr. Crowder made a good description of the hearing in June. I don't think he realizes that that's the first time since Teton County was organized in 1922 that we've had a public hearing with unanimous support of a proposal. And I'm being a little facetious, but it's there were 50 people there, all supportive. And that's a testament to the great work that the Office of State Land and Investments Director Scoggin and Deputy Director Crowder has done. We're pleased we've worked closely with Osley. We've worked closely with the Land Trust, Friends of Pathways, the Friends of Munger Mountains, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Teton County Weed and Pest, and very importantly, the Snake River Ranch, who has the current grazing lease. And one of our goals here is to secure and even enhance with the control of noxic weeds, the grazing, the agricultural use. As the treasurer pointed out, that's a very rural area in the county. Just below this site, the road turns to dirt, enters the Forest Service. There are a couple of subdivisions there, kind of old school subdivisions for Teton County. And it's a great opportunity for us to enhance that, to enhance the hunting, the horseback riding, mountain biking, hiking, and generate significant new revenue for public schools. I'm particularly pleased that we have a long-term program envisioned for control of the noxious weeds there. There is a weed problem, and it's something that we really need to take care of, and that's going to take several years to do, which is why we're happy to propose a 35-year lease, because it's going to take some time. I won't go through the details again. I appreciate the work that Mr. Ludington has put into this. We commend this proposal to your favorable consideration and happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Commissioner, I have one. In the event that a different ag lessee approached this arrangement or ended up securing the ag lease, how would you proceed?
That's a good question. I would have to do a little more research before I could give a definitive answer, but I don't see how that would change anything.
Okay,
That's my impression, is that I don't see there'd be any changes whatsoever.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Does anyone else want to? I know the senator, oh, yes, please. I know Senator Guru is here. Thank you, Senator.
Good morning, members of the board, Governor. Mike Guru, Teton County, District 17. Just to stand in support, I know you got a long meeting today and lots of things to do, and so I'm not going to belabor this. This has been a project that has been, a long time coming, and do like to appreciate the work of the staff on this. It's been a true collaboration, and I think can really be a model as we move forward, as we dispose and work on these state land issues coming forward. I think this is a good model. I think it's a good, it's a good template to try to move forward to some of the vexing questions that sometimes surround these properties. I know that when the proposal came up a few years ago to monetize the high-value lands in Teton County, as it was proposed, I was vehemently opposed to that, and because I think we need to take a more global look. But as long as we're doing it and we're going through it, I think this is probably as good a proposal as we can come up with, and something that really does merit your attention. And as we move forward, working together, as far from a legislative standpoint with the State Land Board, and how to try to work through this with state lands. How do we monetize this? How do we hold values that we hold as a state dear, agriculture, ranching? How do we monetize this, but really recognize the value of open spaces as well as grazing spaces, and how that all fits into our state mosaic. So I appreciate your attention to this matter. I appreciate your favorable consideration of this matter, and stand forward to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
the issue that Jason brought up about a statutory authorization to lease land in these areas, and was that at a 5 or 5.5% return, Jason?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, if I
The
remember,
appraised value?
understand what you're saying, that's within board rule. So the
That's a
board,
board rule.
that's right, yep.
Yeah. And it's 5.5%.
Yeah, of the appraised value, yep.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess just a quick little math on that. If you take 75,000 and divide it by 0.055, that means that section would have to appraise for $1,363,636.36. I think it appraises for more than that. So where do we go with basically, if somebody doesn't like what we're doing, we're totally contravening board rule or whatever, rule or policy, because we needed that 5.5% return on the appraised value. So as a senator, how do we get around that? You're good at getting around that.
Mr. Chairman.
I know.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I think it's an interesting question. When I look at this whole proposal, actually, that's one of my favorite components of it, that you have, one of the things we've tried very hard in Teton County especially, to listen to you, the board, the State Land Board, about this monetization issue. And in this particular proposal, I think you've got kind of a nice basket of goods to try to work through these very questions. You've got a base lease rate. You've got a 3.5% inflator for inflation. You've got a 5-year window to take a look back and take a look at where you're sitting relative to the value and appraised value of that land. And you've got a whole nother bite at the apple at the end of 35 years. So you've got various bites of the apple. So just to insulate you from that. Now, going forward, to try to talk about how we lock those numbers down a little farther, I think that's a subject that we should all talk about. And as a matter of fact, at Management Audit Committee, a committee that I happen to be one of the 9 or 10 committees I'm on, we're going to be taking up some of these issues this fall. And so I think that's a great question to try to propose, work through then and work with this board to try to lock that down. But I do think this proposal in this space actually does give you that flexibility to take a look at all those questions as they go.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that, I'm actually, probably to the surprise of our good friends from the county commissioners and one of your representatives leaning toward this, but with this deal here, I think what we vote for this, it's a good deal because, as it was explained to me, it is a bird in hand rather than looking at dollars on appraisal that might be hard to actually have happen. So, but yeah, I think we're going to have to do something with our board rules and make up some kind of a way to allow us for this type of a situation. And maybe we'll with your good graces of drafting, we can get that language down to where the next time we meet, we can put in an exception for rules like this rather than holding hard and fast to the 5.5%.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I look forward to your support on this issue today and look forward to working with you on working through that issue as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions? Hearing none, Senator, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I see Representative Byron is here as well.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning about Munger Mountain. On my short trip from western Wyoming to Cheyenne yesterday, I had the privilege of driving Fall Creek Road, which bisects this subject parcel we're discussing. I was pleasantly surprised to observe a family on a hike, a cowboy loading up some horses after a trail ride, a bow hunter honing in his skill for the elk opener, and a mountain biker speeding by. In addition to that, there was a faint sound of a dirt bike in the distance. This encompasses everything this proposal is about. Wyoming's people out enjoying Wyoming's land. I urge you to vote in favor of this proposal for so many reasons, but most importantly for the people you represent. Whether or not it's my 5-year-old who will soon enter kindergarten and will directly benefit from the money generated from this lease, or the hunter that gets to go to their favorite aspen grove for decades to come to chase elk. Wyoming always wins. I will stand for questions and would be happy to expand on the Fall Creek Road you discussed and the neighborhoods in the adjoining area. I've spent a lot of time on this parcel, so.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions? I think, thank you very, very much. Senator Dockstetter, good to see you. You were hiding behind the TV.
I better stand up so you can see me, sir. Governor, members of the board, thank you for this time. Look for your support on this. And I appreciate the good treasurer's concerns on this, but the thing I would suggest that what we're doing here is priceless for the generations to come in a rapidly changing picture out west. This is a good blend of recreation, ag, and talking about the generations to come, public access is priceless. Simply ask for the board support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions for Senator Dockstetter? Hearing none. We have a couple of other people wishing to approach. That's fine. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the State Land Board. My name is Catherine Dawson. I'm the Director of Friends of Pathways. We're a local nonprofit in Teton County that builds, maintains, and stores our iconic and very impressive trail and pathway network. So in addition to the work that we do on the paved pathways, we work under a cost share agreement with the Bridger Teton National Forest to store about 130 miles of our front country trails. They're the most popular trails in the Bridger Teton, Teton Pass, Snow King, and the Munger Mountain area. So on the Bridger Teton, there's about 20 miles of trails that you saw on the map. It's one of our most diverse trail networks in the sense that it actually has a a robust horseback riding constituent, mountain bikers, non-motorized, hiking, trail running. And then from July until first week of September, we have motorized access, mostly dirt bikes and e-bikes allowed as well. So the parcel sees a lot of use. The state land right now is a little bit disconnected, and I wanted to stress that Friends of Pathways is fully supportive of this proposal, and we stand ready to work with Teton County to partner and provide the paid and volunteer labor needed to enhance the trails. This is the time of year that we actually step back from doing trail maintenance and we start to do weed mitigation. Our staff spends every year working on weeds. And one of the components of this proposal is very specific to addressing the weeds so that we're not moving them onto the Bridger Teton. And we do this everywhere we go. And unfortunately, weeds are just a part of use. And what I think the value is that sort of intrinsic value that will eventually translate to hundreds of thousands of dollars in value on your state parcel when the lease expires in 35 years. So it takes a while to do weed mitigation. It takes some time to do trail building. And then you want to be able to offer that service and that improved parcel to the public. So I would encourage you to think about this as investing in the property and getting other people, not only to give you money, but to the labor and the money and the volunteer labor that will occur on the property once the weeds are controlled and the trails are enhanced. So we will be returning it in a better place than it is now. And it takes a while to do that, but I appreciate your support and letting us do our best on the parcel. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? There are none. Please, if you'd like to address.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mark Sullivan. I'm the founder of Friends of Munger Mountain with my neighbors and friends from Teton County. Thank you for your time this morning, and thank you to the director and deputy director for all their hard work on this proposal. I'll be very brief. I'll try to be. This has been an interesting 4 years learning about your mission, learning about your priorities, your fiduciary duty. We, some 2 years ago in an early morning in November of 2022, I stood on the side of the road in Jackson wearing a giraffe costume, believe it or not, and carrying a giant sign promoting the SPED initiative that will hopefully fund this proposal or help fund this proposal. That was absurd. It was embarrassing. It was abject humiliation, and it was absolutely worth it. And I did that to try to promote this thing because I thought every vote was going to count. And as it turned out, as Max Ludington mentioned, the SPED initiative passed 70 to 30% roughly, or 69 to 30, something like that. Very, very overwhelming support in Teton County for this proposal. And that was after a lengthy process of educating, of first us learning about your mission and the need to generate revenue on these parcels, and then educating people in Teton County about it. We attended countless meetings. We met with many, many groups. We had the support of our Board of County Commissioners, the support of important conservation and recreation and hunting groups. And we got the community up to speed on how important this is and how important your mission is and how important it is to raise funds for the schools of the state of Wyoming. And so I hope you can understand that Teton County gets it. We understand what your obligations are. The people of the county hear you and are trying to help. And that's what this proposal is fundamentally about. So we just want to thank you for your time here and hope that you'll support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Hearing none? Great. Is anyone else? And Mr. Bump, is anyone online? I don't see any hands raised. I see one hand raised, two hands raised. Please, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We'll go to Josh Metton first.
Mr. Metton.
Hello, everyone, can you hear me? Josh Metton,
We sure can.
Wyoming Field Manager for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. My organization, along with 4 other Wyoming sportsmen's organizations, submitted comments in support of this proposal. And I apologize for not being in person today. Our I'll be brief with my comments. We endorse this. This is an amazing parcel. I can personally attest to the value of this parcel for wildlife, along with other non-game species, such as I did some volunteer work with raptor monitoring there for goshawks and great gray owls years ago. We appreciate the balance of this parcel for conserving the values, preserving our agricultural heritage, and the amazing return on investment to Wyoming school children. Not only that, it's going to be something that future generations will be able to enjoy and appreciate into the future. So I'll leave it at that, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Metten. Are there any questions for Mr. Metten? Hearing none. Mr. Bump, do we have looks like a Bayless sword?
Hi, good morning. Governor, members of the board, my name is Bayless Sword, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my family and the Snake River Ranch. We are the historical ag lessee on this parcel, as you have heard from our speakers this morning, and we are honored to be included in the long-term solution for this section. We request your support for education, conservation, recreation, and importantly to us, continued ag in Teton County by voting yes.
Thank you, Ms. Sword. Any questions? Terrific. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clear up one misunderstanding that I think I heard from Mr. Treasurer, that it may be that the board is thinking that it's going to be violating its rules by approving this proposal because it's not the rental isn't 5.5% of the appraised value, and that's not the case. What your rules, Chapter 5, Section 7 say is the minimum annual rental shall be based on fair market value for the same or similar use of the land and any improvements owned by the state after an economic analysis is made. In cases where annual rental cannot be established based on fair market value for the same or similar use of the land, the minimum rental shall not be less than $250 or 5.5% of the appraised land value and any improvements owned by the state. And I think the testimony from Deputy Crowder was that they did do an analysis. They checked with other states, and they believe that the proposal here is in line with what the value for this use might be. In our board matter, we have also built in that 3.5% escalator and the 5-year rental reviews if we're wrong and we find additional information that indicates that those values should be higher or lower, as the case may be. But I just wanted to make sure that the board was not under the misunderstanding that because it's not 5.5% of the appraised value of the property that you're somehow violating your rules.
Thank you, Madam Director, for the clarification.
Thank you. Thank you for reading all of the rules. Sometimes when you get limited information, you move down, you have a different opinion of what could happen. But yeah, that 5.5%, we would have, if that's all it was, we were going to be in trouble. But it's $250, or is it the greater of? It isn't. All it is $250 or 5.5%.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think the important piece is that first part of that section of the rule that says that it's the fair market value of the use as determined by an economic analysis. Mr. Crowder and staff have done that review, and they believe that the fair market value of that use or similar uses is in line with the $75,000 per year that's being offered for this proposal.
We would have been in a lot of I guess, bigger trouble than just this one lease if it was the 5.5%. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend all the work that's gone into this by folks of the different entities. I really appreciate the willingness to listen to our fiduciary responsibility, to monetize this, to come up with solutions. I think this is a good model of how to do that. And I just really appreciate the work, multiple use while monetizing, also giving us, the 5-year rental review. I think that there's a lot of checks and balances in place to make sure that this works best for everyone. And so I want to commend the efforts.
Very good. Any further question? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation, and since it's fairly extensive, I'm going to read that out. I would move that the board approve the above described application for special use lease term, 35-year term with annual rental of $75,000, adjusted annually by 3.5% to offset inflationary pressure, and the lease shall be subject to 5-year rental reviews. The director further recommends that Teton County can be required to place a sign on the site identifying the special use lease number. Approval of the application is not to be considered approval of the applicant's estimated value of improvements. Additionally, I would move that the board rescind its closures put in place on June 4th, 2009, and reaffirmed through Board Order 2013-1. The director further move that the board restrict public recreational uses inconsistent with the Munger Mountain Land Use Management Plan in order to protect the lands and assets from resource damage. Any general public recreational use not specifically identified within the Munger Mountain Land Use Management Plan and not in violation of Chapter 13 of the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations are not subject to this closure or restriction.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam
I would
Auditor.
just echo the superintendent's comments. Good job. I think this is one of the most exciting things we'll do this year. I know that it took a lot from Pilot Hill, but it is different and more simple, and it's a really exciting, I say simple and you're thinking this was not simple, but somewhat straightforward for us. It really is beneficial, I think, for everybody involved. And I think everybody has struck a really good balance on this. I hope that some of the other communities that have these really special spots are watching and paying attention to this, because I think this is an example that will certainly stick in my mind as we have some of these conversations moving forward. So thanks for being here. Thanks for driving down through smoke and closures and all that jazz. So.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. And memory serves, you've also been out on the parcel.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I would assert it is definitely not a freeway to get out there, and we had to utilize snowshoes to get to this parcel. So really, really cool. I'm very envious and excited for the community to have this secured.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Madam Director, if there is no objection from the board, I'd like to take a brief pause. Mr. Secretary, how long do you need?
Well, just a moment here, but I think if we could take 10 minutes, I mean,
Okay.
according to your rules, I guess we need permission to, I wanted to get a laptop cord, so.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is F2, which is a lease term extension request in Converse County. This is for oil and gas lease number 19-00233. Texas Independent Exploration Limited, or TEAL, has requested a one-year lease term extension for this lease. They acquired the lease in March of 2023. It's included with a 1,920 acre drilling and spacing unit established under 3 dockets with the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission for the Niobrara Formation, the Frontier Turner, and the Teapot Formations. Another operator currently has pending applications for permits to drill within the DSU. Teal has indicated to us that they are working with the operator to create a development plan to produce lease 19-00233. Additionally, sections 19 and 30 in Township 36 North, Range 67 West, until recently contained unleased acreage owned by the Bureau of Land Management. Teal nominated these unleased federal minerals, and they were advertised at the June 2024 BLM lease sale. Given the pending APDs, the impact of large portions of section 19 and 30 with unleased federal minerals, Teal has indicated they believe they are unable to develop the lease efficiently or economically for reasons beyond their reasonable control. Our staff has reviewed the information provided by Teal and believes that they meet the requirements for a lease term extension granted by the board. They have paid the required $2 per acre rental pursuant to Chapter 18, Sections 6 and 8B, and they've also paid the sum of $10,000 to secure payment of any liquidated damages should they fail to drill or the drilling and completion requirements within that year extension. In accordance with our existing coordination process with Game and Fish and the State Historic Preservation Office, if the extension is granted, we are recommending that those stipulations put on the lease be carried through. So it's our recommendation for the board to approve a one-year lease term extension for State of Wyoming Oil and Gas Lease 19-00233 to expire August 1st, 2025, if not held by production and drilling operations. As I mentioned, it's also recommended that the extension be granted with those standard stipulations indicated in the board matter, and on the condition that the lessee agrees to pay liquidated damages for the lease in the amount in the $10,000 if it does not commence drilling operations to completion of a well within the extended term. And again, the lease will be subject to annual rental rate of $2 per acre. It's my understanding, I received an email from Craig Newman indicating that a Chris Fling would like to appear in protest of the lease extension application. And I believe, Mr. Booth, that there may also be somebody with Teal on the line too that would speak after Mr. Fling.
Thank you, Madam Director. Before we proceed, any questions of the director or staff? Hearing none. Mr. Fling, we'll recognize you.
Thank you, board members. Chris Fling. I'm the owner of Primary Fuels LLC. We are partners, hand in glove partners with Wave Petroleum Operating, who is the current Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission APD applicants for this area. We've been working very diligently over the past couple of years to assemble this project, get it ready for drilling. We have leased all of the fee in the area. We in fact were the nominator of the federal lease, not Teal. They were apparently are the high bidder at that, so they have bought that lease. But over the past 5 years, the lessee or assignee of that lease, from our observations, has done nothing to attempt to develop the lease. They haven't permitted it. They haven't leased any of the other lands available, the fee lands available. They didn't do any spacing. They never responded to any of our spacing or APD applications. We never heard from them at all until right after they bought this lease and said, this federal lease, and said, oh, well, what are you guys going to do? That has been the sum and essence of the conversations that we've had. We believe that it's in the public interest for that parcel to be, to allow that parcel to expire, that lease to expire, and that it be offered at the next sale at market rates. The market rate in that area is, for at least from observation at the federal sale, is someplace around $1,500 an acre. That is substantially higher than the about $50 or $60 an acre that they're offering, or that the statute has them pay for this bond to continue the lease for 1 year. I think I have said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fling. Are there questions from Mr. Fling?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Fling, so who currently holds the APD?
Wave Petroleum Operating, which is our partner.
Thank you. And follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Is Teal working with you on a development plan in conjunction with that APD, or is that where you're saying that they haven't conversed with you at all?
The only conversation that we have had with them is immediately after the federal lease sale on the tract that we nominated. They acquired the lease, were apparently the high bidder. They called and simply asked if we, what was our plan. That is the only conversation. And I told them, if you're interested in doing something, please make a pitch, make a proposal. Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Treasurer.
How far is the state land from the federal land?
They're adjacent.
They're adjacent? And so could I guess the standard 2-mile horizontal drilling occur if, on those sections by themselves, absent, I guess, development of the rest of the parcels in that area without interfering?
Yes, sir. Previously, when we permitted all of this and did our drilling and spacing units, we've actually have gone for 3-mile drilling and spacing units. But for the first 4 years of this lease, there was no spacing. The current lessee or the previous lessee and the assignees never spaced or did anything. And at those times, yes, a 2-mile lateral was easily accomplishable. Or, of course, a vertical well on statewide spacing.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Then the sections that are adjacent to these two sections, do they fit into a 3-mile spacing of the land that you have now, or does the numbers don't work up?
Yes, to the east, there are 2 additional stand-up 3-mile drilling and spacing units for a couple of the formations. The teapot has to be shrunk down a little bit in there because of it's adjacent to an enhanced recovery unit operated by another operator. To the west, the 3-mile drilling and spacing units are all operated by Devon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Other questions? Mr. Fling, thank you. Stand by. There may be more questions. Do we have someone? Ms. Director, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I understand there's somebody with Teal. Mr. Booth, do you know who that individual is?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's Chad Bothy and then potentially Amy Mallory as well.
Okay. Mr. Bophy, we'll recognize you next, and then Ms. Mallory. And it appears if you're the telephone number on this, it appears you are now unmuted.
Hello, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. This is Chad Bothy, Director of Land and Legal with Texas Independent and XPR Wyoming. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for your time and consideration. I had a few points that I'd like to go through, and then I'd also like to respond to a couple of the points that Mr. Fling raised. I think the first point is that
You may want to
we
get a
are
little
committed.
closer to your microphone. It's a little hard to hear you. Yep, thank you.
Oh, apologies. Is this better?
I think that's a little better. Is that better for the board here?
Okay. We are committed to getting these lands developed. I would point out that last year we had 2 leases extended that were approved by the state, both of which have been drilled in this exact same general area. We expect those wells to come on at 1,500 barrels a day each, which obviously inure revenues, long-term revenues to the state. We feel that not extending the leases at this time, will put at risk the development, and at least, or at a minimum, could delay the development plan here. The owners of our company have invested tremendous amounts of money and time in accumulating a little over 55,000 acres in Wyoming, and are committed to getting each of those tracts drilled, including this one if it's extended. As noted, we did successfully acquire and invested substantial resources to get the BLM tract in this area to see the development through just recently. I would point out that we're not interested in, playing any kind of games here with extensions. We have acquired several tracts from other companies where we've had shorter time to get work done on those, and several of these tracts we've let expire where we didn't see, a clear path to development. Here we do, and that's why we're requesting that this get extended. I think that we're certainly committed to getting this drilled either ourselves, if we have to acquire, do some trade with Wave to get the permit, or working with Devon, 1876, or Rockies Resources.
Thank you. Are there questions, Madam Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that clarification. So just want to be abundantly clear that you do in the next year plan to develop, and this was unforeseen circumstances of why that you haven't, because I know, it's good to hear that you're not playing games with this. There are some operators that do, and so, but if you are reasonably working to develop this, then I think that's why we have extensions in place, but just want to be abundantly clear that you plan to develop this in the next year.
That's correct. And this wasn't a lease, as mentioned from the outset, to just one of Mr. Fling's points, this lease was acquired from Colorado Energy Minerals last year. So we have not had 5 years. We've not been sitting idly by. As I mentioned, we have, many acres, over 55,000 acres that we're working on, each one, to get developed. And there are benefits. It doesn't do us any good to take these leases and not see them get drilled as soon as possible. That justifies the economics for the project. So we have not sat on our hands. We just haven't had as much time on this particular tract. And then also I would say that, the conversation was mischaracterized with Mr. Fling. It was not simply, what are you planning to do? And then we hung up the phone. We expressed an interest to work with them and find a way to do it. It was about a 30-minute phone call that Mr. Fling and I had ourselves. So I think it was mischaracterized to the board.
Any follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did see now that you acquired it March 1 of 2023, so appreciate that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Bothy. I will now turn to Ms. Mowry.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Amy.
You might get a little closer. You're kind of faint here in the room.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Amy Mowry. I'm with Jost Energy Law, and we represent Texas Independent in this matter. Honestly, I think that Chad covered most of the salient points, and in response to Mr. Fling's concern about doing nothing, I appreciate Chad reminding the board that they have owned this lease only since 2023. And we've worked with them since last year on their Wyoming lease extensions, and they have demonstrated a sincere commitment to doing the best thing in the interests of the state and revenue for the state, including letting some leases expire, as Chad mentioned. So with that, I think the requests stand on their own. They're within the legal requirements, and sincerely intend to develop the lease and any other leases they have in Wyoming for the benefit of the state. And I think that pretty much covers what I wanted to add.
Thank you. Ms. Mowry, are there any questions for Ms. Mowry? Hearing none. Any further questions in this matter from members of the board? Any further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
The auditors move the director's recommendation. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? I think that motion carries. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the list is G1, which the secretary wanted pulled off the consent list. It is for a sand, gravel, borrow material, riprap, rock lease application in Sweetwater County. Whatever questions the secretary might have, I have Mr. Booth here to answer them. Mr. Booth, I know that there's always concern about distance from population, so you might want to provide whatever detail you have in that regard.
Mr. Booth.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, the one lease that we're recommending here is 0.3 miles south of the very edge of the town of Granger.
Thank you. Mr. Booth, just personal curiosity on one thing here. If there's a gravel pit associated with the YDOT project, do they come through the state land board here? Do you know that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe that they would.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary.
We're on the Sweetwater County one, right?
Yes.
So have there been, is it in close proximity to a population center? How far is it from population center?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, it is 0.3 miles south of the edge of the town of Granger.
Okay. Have there been any issues with adjoining landowners?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Any issues with groundwater that have been identified?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, none that I'm aware of. No, sir.
Any follow-up, Mr. Secretary? Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this lease?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess this, is renewal applications. I'm just wondering what the, I guess the threshold or standard is on renewal applications, so I have a better idea. We went through fairly extensive rules with oil and gas, and I'm not sure what we have here, because from, I guess, our experience in this year, it's really hard in a 2-year period to actually get much done other than just, sometimes you don't even get to production in agriculture or gas or oil. So what's the stipulations here that we have that would throw one of these out or keep it in? I mean, just kind of a 30,000-foot area level.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, just for clarification, G1 is not going to be a renewal. That's going to be new sand and gravel, but happy to answer that question when we get to G2 or now, if
Fine.
you'd prefer.
Yeah, fine. That's fine. I'm good with that. Answer it later.
All right. Any further questions?
There's a G1.
Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Move director's recs, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Okay, G2 then, Mr. Chairman, just for information.
But, and let me have the director introduce those, please, first, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is G2, which is again the sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease. These are renewal applications in Campbell, Converse, Crook, Sublette, and Sweetwater counties. The list of the renewal applications, the applicants are listed in the board matter, and we would stand for any questions.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just wondering what keeps these things in and what throws them out.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we're going to go through our normal process of review. We're going to kick this over to Game and Fish, make sure the same stipulations apply, SHPO, anything that's changed, we're going to make that of note. But to get to the heart of your question, I think what we're really looking at is, okay, did they fail to develop and why? And you know, are they just holding on to this lease and there's others that are really interested in this parcel? You know, we're going to review that critically, and most of the time they're the only interest in that parcel, and that review is pretty simple. But that's one of the things that we're really going to take into consideration is, hey, is there other interest? Have they done their due diligence to develop this lease?
Mr. Treasurer, let me ask, is there anyone from DEQ here? There are provisions, I'm not an expert, but I would mention that there are provisions that you can't have pits open and idle without reclaiming them for periods of time.
Okay, yeah, I see the stipulations, 117, 136, 147. Yeah, 148, 5.
There you are.
I am actually with DEQ, but with water quality.
Right.
So I can't really get into land development or mining very well.
Well, and I appreciate that. I just, if there was someone, I thought I'd turn it over. I think both the superintendent and I served on the Environmental Quality Council, and
Right.
I think that.
Thank you.
is
Stan
a
Miller,
provision.
by the way.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
Well, I'll get into the weeds with you here one of these days. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Any further questions on any of these? Please, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are any of these renewal applications close to a population center?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, can you define for me close? I know where all of these are located and I could read those off
10 miles.
for you. Yes, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 that are within 10 miles. And I've got the very first lease, 6.1 miles southeast of Pinedale, and it's in a producing status. The next one, 6.3 miles northeast of Granger. Moving on down the line, the last two, I've got 6.86 miles east of the town of Carlisle, and then 3.25 miles southwest of Carlisle.
Mr. Chairman, have there been any issues with adjoining landowners on any of these leases?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, there've been no complaints, allegations, or otherwise to OSLI that I'm aware of regarding any of the leases on this board matter.
Mr. Chairman, have there been any issues with groundwater?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, also no complaints, allegations, or otherwise that we're aware of at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I'm curious as far as the length of term that these leases have previously been issued. I mean, do we have some old leases here that these are like 10 years old, or some that are, you know, or all of them just, you know, I'm just kind of curious on that regard.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I don't have that information in front of me, but I certainly can look into that for you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move Director's Rex, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer's motion? It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we are down to I-1, which is a closure to public access related to Camp Guernsey. The Camp Guernsey training area is managed by the Wyoming Military Department and consists of approximately 78,000 acres, including about 8,200 acres of state trust land. The training area is designated as a maneuver training center heavy. The training area is utilized for artillery, close air support, and aerial bombing, live firing ranges for small arms and heavy weapon, live fire, convoy, counter improvised explosive devices, and missile rocket firing point training. Members of the public were found inside a military department designated safety danger zone, while their small arms and machine gun ranges were open and available for use by military personnel. Once it was noticed, the military department immediately shut down the ranges. The military department was forced to cancel scheduled trainings by out-of-state units due to these safety concerns. On June 7th, the military department requested a closure to all public access on state trust land within the outer boundary of the training area. On June 17th, I instituted an emergency closure to all public access on state trust land within the outer boundary of the training area to protect public health and safety. Emergency closures approved by the director are only effective until the next meeting of the board, at which time the board can either ratify the director's decision or rescind the decision. On June 24th, OSLI and the military department posted all access points to the state trust land within the outer boundary of the training area as closed to public use. We have published a web page to provide information to and seek comment from any interested public on the emergency closure. No public comments were received, so I am recommending the board approve the closure to all public access on state trust land within the outer boundary of the Camp Guernsey training area to protect health and safety. I believe Mr. Smith is here to comment from the military's perspective on the proposed closure.
Mr. Smith, thank you for being here.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Camp Guernsey training area has been in place since 1938. For decades, we have run a hunting program on the camp. It is not closed to hunting, but of course, because of the military training we do, we require hunters to check in with what we call the fire desk, the operations people, to make sure it's safe to go into whatever area the hunter would like to go into. Obviously, in the summer, late spring, early summer, and early fall, primary training times, that can be fairly limited. However, during the other spring, fall, and winter hunting seasons, it's generally open. People in the area who've hunted the area know to contact the desk. The signs we put in put a phone number there to contact if it's open. So although this is a closure, it is subject to being opened if it's allowed, given our military training. So it's not a hard closure of state land. We like to say there's 80,000 acres. Madam Director said 78,000 acres. There's a lot of acreage. 8,200 of that, a little over that, is managed by the Office of State Lands. The bulk of the remainder of the property is managed by the Wyoming Military Department. So there's quite a bit of land. This was a surprise to us. In terms of background, we later determined that Game and Fish, when they updated their GIS map about open state land hunting areas, they apparently asked someone, never found out exactly who, is there a restriction on the Camp Guernsey within the boundaries of Camp Guernsey state land? And they were told there was none. So they published a map, usually I think it was in March, for hunters to see what state lands are open to hunting, showed no restriction. We found out because we went to open the ranges, a machine gun range at the time on the south training area, a little bit south of the town of Guernsey, and we found something on the order of 12, 14 hunters on the land. So it was a little bit of a shock to us because we certainly don't want to kill anybody on our ranges. So thankfully, the director and Deputy Director Scoggin immediately put out the closure notice. We were therefore able to save training at the beginning of July. We had many out-of-state units coming into Guernsey to train, so we could reopen the ranges. We thought we had this kind of closure in place for decades. Deputy Director Crowder and I scoured both our agency records. We couldn't find anything. We were kind of surprised by that, because this has never happened before. 2023 and in previous years, at least back to 2002 when I started with the military department, it's always been that way. Everybody knows, you call, you find out if the area is open. But apparently we never had a document, and we never had a document we can find from this board authorizing this kind of closure subject to availability of the state land within the boundaries. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we would appreciate if the board would do this. We think it is critical for our operations at Guernsey. And it also, we meet our desire with our Platte County neighbors and certainly the residents of the state to open state lands as much as possible, given our military training. And that remains our commitment to the area. But we do need to be a little careful when we're shooting artillery rounds, machine gun rounds, and small arms. With that, I'll stand for the board's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually happened to be in Camp Guernsey last night and so spoke with General Porter about this. And it seems like the Onyx app is probably is most problematic in this. That won't show a pure closure though, is that correct? I mean, is there a way that in that app it can show this restriction, so to speak?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that is my understanding from talking with Game and Fish. It'll have a note. It won't be totally open. It'll say a note, and that will refer people to Camp Guernsey to see if it's open.
Thank you.
It's not seasonal, obviously, but they do get the phone number to call.
Thank you. Further questions? Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like if, looking at the motion, I mean, if we could just clarify that look, if people receive permission, they can still participate in the hunting program on those lands. I mean, is there a way we could clarify that in the motion other than just saying, that it's a hard closure? I mean, it kind of sounds like it is in the motion.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, if you look at the proposed board order 2024-1, which is in the materials, it does state in there that that it would institute a closure or restriction on the following lands prohibiting use by the public without prior authorization from the Wyoming Military Department Camp Guernsey training area in order to protect public health and safety. So it would be within the order notifying the public.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I just think I might bring an amendment here in a minute to include that in the motion. Because I just think it should be in the motion as well. Just include without prior authorization.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, the director's recommendation does reference the board order that is attached to the board matter, 2024-1, consistent with the statute. So it's incorporated into the motion, so that should all be taken care of.
So, Mr. Chairman, would you object to, after the word access, putting without prior authorization in the motion?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that's certainly your priority.
Okay.
Or to do that if you feel it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith, the only question I would have is there confusion that arises from that? Or would you put it as per the, without prior authorization, as per Board Order 2024-1?
Mr. Chairman, from our perspective,
the order stands.
An amendment such as that references the underlying order that says without prior authorization. So it does clarify if that is what the board wants to move to adopt the order.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Further questions? Further questions? If there is none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
Been moved and seconded. Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that after the word access, we put without prior authorization to reflect the order.
Thank you. Is there support for the Secretary's amendment? Is there support for the Secretary's amendment? Is there support for the Secretary's amendment? Hearing none, the amendment fails. We're back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, while we've got the National Guard here, could I ask him one question?
Mr. Treasurer, I'll allow a little
Just
bit
one
of
minute.
latitude.
Okay, is there any, I guess, federal requirement or that would say that law enforcement or people attending the law enforcement academy couldn't use the firing ranges of the Guard under a memorandum of understanding? If there's any prohibition about that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we have in the past welcomed numerous law enforcement agencies onto the camp for various training. For example, we have a constructed urban environment
Right, yeah.
that various teams have used to practice entry procedures. You know, we've worked with forestry for fire folks to come in and do we work with other agencies, federal and state, and they are welcome to come use our facilities, and we have procedures in place for that to happen.
And Mr. Treasurer, it's really, it's not germane,
Okay.
but has been answered. I appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda, we have a couple of walk-in matters. The first one is a proposal to exchange state trust land in Campbell County. We've been referring to this as the Kissick Exchange. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Booth to explain the proposed exchange, but I just want to note that we are not asking the board to approve the exchange today. What we're merely asking is the board to approve a resolution approving an agreement to initiate an exchange. So in other words, we're at the very beginning of the process, in which case, should the board decide to authorize the resolution, it will direct us to begin the process for the detailed analysis, the public comment, all of those things. We are not asking the board to actually approve anything relating to the actual exchange. It's just kicking off the process. So, Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Quentin Kissick has proposed a land exchange near the unincorporated community of Rosette in Campbell County, Wyoming. The exchange is 40 acres of state trust land for 40 acres of deeded land. The state trust land is located in the northwest quarter of Section 16, Township 50 North, Range 69 West. The parcel is publicly accessible via 2 county roads. That's South Hepner Road to the north and Stewart Road on the east side. On this parcel, there are miscellaneous outbuildings, including corrals, dwellings, chicken coops, loafing sheds. There's a granary and a calving shed. So just painting the picture that the parcel is highly encumbered by improvements that were already allowed under the umbrella of the grazing lease and don't generate any revenue for the state currently. The deeded land is located in the southeast-northeast of the Section 17, Township 50 North, Range 69 West. The parcel is adjacent to the existing state trust land with the public access via the same 2 county roads. The map at the end of the board matter, and I believe it's being pulled up here on the screen, it shows this exchange, and so highlighted in red is going to be the state parcel that we currently own that's got those encumbrances on them, And then highlighted in green, that's going to be the deeded land that's currently owned by Mr. Kissick. We've preliminarily reviewed the application, we've toured the locations, we've presented the proposal to the director, and it has been moved to Category 2. We've also presented the exchange to the board in executive session, and they've allowed us to be here today. The proposed exchange appears to improve revenue generation and manageability of the trust asset. It's anticipated that the exchange would generate additional revenue by increasing unencumbered acreage within the existing grazing and agriculture lease, thereby increasing the amount of animal unit months available on that agriculture lease, which is going to result in higher rental for that lease. Acquiring unencumbered acreage also increases the manageability by providing opportunity for future development, which could result in greater appreciation of the land and then annual revenue to the state's trust beneficiaries. So Mr. Kissick has proposed to exchange lands of equal appraised value for the state trust lands in question. We're recommending, as the director already highlighted, for the board to approve a resolution approving agreement to initiate exchange with Quentin Kissick. That's obviously going to kick off the detailed analysis, the appraisal, the public comment period. In addition, the final detailed analysis, including the appraisers, they're going to be made available to the public. We're going to hold a public hearing in coordination with the local county commissioners. And then the board's going to be asked to further consider the proposed exchange in open session to determine whether to direct OSLI to complete the exchange. With that explanation, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Booth, are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess a comment that might work better in the future. The red one is state land right now that Kissick wants, right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is correct.
Yeah, I think it would be a little more descriptive if you put blue diagonal bars across that, so we knew that it was state land, but it was going to have the red there to say that it's going to change from Kissick's to that, because it looks like it's like somebody's ownership and the state has nothing to do with it at first glance. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, that I don't think we can do in this, but I think that Kissick, I guess, for clarification, Kissick has the lease on that section and the other blue state sections in this map?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is correct.
Yeah, I think what we're going to have to do in that lease, Mr. Chairman, is, and I would suggest that we modify the lease, a wholly different thing, but a different time, have staff look at it, office look at it, that says that the road that goes through there is and it has an easement into and through any state lands attached to, that road that goes from the county road to there for agricultural purposes. And to and through, I think, is important because we got in some kind of a quandary in Converse County, and I just think that it's reasonable for somebody leasing state lands to think that they can drive through state lands to get to another piece of their property or to another public road. So, I don't know if that's going to bring a great deal of discussion, but I think it's something that probably we need to attach to that lease. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further discussion, further comments?
I would move the director's direction, Mr. Chairman.
The director's recommendation has been moved by the treasurer. Is there support for that recommendation?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Mr. Secretary, I didn't hear you as an aye or abstention. Okay, thank you. That carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the last matter remaining for the agenda of the State Board of Land Commissioners today, it's another walk-in matter. It's the Conservation Reserve Program grassland contracts in Goshen, Park, and Hot Springs counties. This is a little bit of a unique situation where the board's meeting deadlines for approval aren't necessarily lining up with the federal deadlines to move these things forward. Mr. Booth is going to present on this matter and explain the situation and explain how OSLI is proposing to address them. So, Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
where is the walk-in matter? Because I don't have it.
It's very last page.
Okay. WI 2.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Conservation Reserve Program, this is their grasslands contract, and that's really a mechanism to protect environmentally sensitive lands by paying the applicant on a per acre basis to follow a grazing management plan. So in a grassland contract, it's different than a general CRP contract. You're still able to graze that location. We don't have to change the lease. We don't have to do anything there. It's the same structure that we've always had. Benefits that we view is management plan is going to be developed specifically for that parcel. And that's going to seemingly help protect our resources. And then also it's going to allow us to maintain our current and historic use of the property. So why is this a walk-in? The crux of the problem that we see right now is we're running up against our own deadlines versus the federal government deadlines. They've got their fiscal year beginning October 1st, and they have to have these contracts signed prior to that time. What we see right now is they're not able to draft those contracts because they don't know which ones are going to be selected and approved to move forward in the process. All they have right now is a bunch of applications that are competing nationally. So what we're recommending in this board matter is for conditional approval of these contracts, subject to the review of the Office of State Lands and Investments to make sure that those contracts are similar to what we've approved in the past. It is just dealing with, hey, they're following this management plan. They're maintaining the grassland cover that already exists, and there's nothing out of the ordinary that would go against our rules and regulations. So with that, we would recommend approval of these contracts subject to our review.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't think anyone loves doing things, as a walk-in and kind of conditional, but understand the timeline implications. What if the contract does have something awry or that is different than in the past? How would staff plan to handle that? And then how would that be reported back to the board, or how do we go about that?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, what I envision is that we wouldn't enter those state lands into the contract. And if there's a reporting aspect that you would like to know about, happy to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Booth, just sort of a technical piece of this. These are all applicants. Are there renewals in this group of applicants? I think you testified that you said that there were a bunch of applications.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that some of these, just looking at the list right now and not having the hard facts before me, I believe I recognize a couple of them. They're under different names, but they're similar leases that were in general contracts before. So not the grassland contracts, but in general contracts before. So I think they're extension of the program, but they're being allowed to graze now. I don't believe all of those fit that bill.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Further comments? If there are none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation that we conditionally approve the contracts.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't hear any noes. Yep. Madam
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just at our next meeting, if we could just have a report on how that went, just always makes me nervous, conditional approval, so I'm sure it will go swimmingly, but thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, would be happy to provide that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the agenda today for the State Board of Land Commissioners, and we're ready for the State Loan and Investment Board when the board is ready.
Thank you. Without objection, we can move into that, or does anybody want to take a pause? I don't hear that, so let's proceed. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, we are now convened as the State Loan and Investment Board. The first item on the agenda today, we have 3 sets of meeting minutes for approval. We have the June 6th State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes from the regular meeting. We have the June 20th Special State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes. And we have the June 28th Special State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes. And I will leave it to your discretion if you want to take it one at a time or in a group.
Members of the board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of A, 1, 2, and 3 for the meeting minutes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Aye. That's an aye. Motion carries. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the consent list.
That motion has been made. Is there support? Second. It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, once again, we have a number of reports behind tab B. We don't have anything further to add, but if there are questions, we will do our best to answer them at this time.
Are there questions? Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding from our briefing that there's been considerable disbursements on ARPA on the governor's office side pursuant to the budget. I'd like to understand a little more what has happened on that, and what that process is. I'd ask you to try to run through some of the approvals that have been done. Just want to understand it more.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Blackwell is one member of a group that is looking into the disbursement of the remaining ARPA funds on behalf of the governor. I'll leave it to her with respect to what she believes appropriate to share at this time, if anything. I do not believe that all hard and fast decisions have been made, but with that, Mr. Chairman, I would leave it to her to provide the update she sees appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, during the legislative session, there was approximately $52 million, $54 million available to be reallocated. 23 million of that went to Water Development Office to replace some of their funding with ARPA funds. Other funding went to mental health projects. Currently, there's a little bit of money remaining. Our office is working with our grantees to ensure that they're meeting the October 1 deadline of having their funds obligated. After October 1, my office will be working to identify those projects that did not meet that deadline and determining what funds will be pulled back. We will then redeploy those funds. Currently, right now, the thought is to provide those funds as additional funding for already approved ARPA projects through Slib, because those projects have been vetted. We know that they're eligible, and it would be a quick process. Funding new projects at this point would be very difficult because it requires the vetting process. And the vetting process can take anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple months due to the complexity of the ARPA rules. That's kind of where the group stands. We will be hosting a webinar next week on the 7th to provide an update to all our grantees and to answer any questions that they may have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. So how much has been dispersed so far, and how much was the water development amount?
I can tell you the water development amount was approximately $23 million. Without all the documentation in front of me, I cannot provide other dollar amounts.
Mr. Chairman, do you have some kind of estimate?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I do not.
Okay. And so, Mr. Chairman, if I make a request, are you willing to provide that?
Absolutely.
Okay, because, I mean, there's been some smirks and, you know, these are reasonable questions. I just want to understand how the governor's office is dispersing these funds, so thank you.
Right, and Mr. Secretary, just for your information, there's a group that's working. Beth is on that group. Erica is on that group. I'm trying to remember who else has been working with that.
Members of the State Budget Department, Christine
That's right,
Imminger,
Christine
Kevin
Imminger.
Hibbard.
Yeah.
And another place I just thought of, Mr. Secretary, you can go and look for ARPA information is at the ARPA portal. They have a website developed to show where all those monies have been spent.
And I was looking back at Kathy just to see if maybe the grants office had any indication of that. But we'll get you information, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah,
So-
and Mr. Chairman, I'd like to run through a little more on the mental health. I mean, how many projects were funded? Is it, you know, I think there's a lot of great things there. I just want to understand it more. I mean, this is a significant amount of money, and I think just asking some questions about it, I don't understand why there seems to be some kind of that there's something wrong with that. So is it, what were the projects and what was the process? I just want to understand it a little more and what's kind of the background on those projects.
Sure, and I don't believe, Mr. Secretary, anybody thinks it's a question that's out of order. It's a proper question, and I think your question is very much appropriate. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I think the secretary has some very reasonable questions that should be answered. Just the history, all of the reappropriations in 2024, the legislature took this board out of it. Whether that was good or bad, I think is another conversation, but I think a little bit, and again, reasonable questions that I think you deserve the answers to, and it's all public information. But I would note that's a little bit like me asking for a report on, you know, Kurt's salaries to his employees and this board. Is it a reasonable question? Yes. Is this the right venue at the right time? I don't know. So it's a little bit tricky where this board did have huge involvement in the ARPA funds. But again, the bill passed by the legislature this year appropriated those funds squarely to the governor's office, not to or through this board. And I'm happy to be corrected if I got any.
No, I think that is correct, but as I mentioned, back in the spring, and we have not really got an assemblage of what those funds are at this point. A lot of those are going to be coming in. And as I mentioned then, I wanted to make sure this board was very much a part of putting that money to work.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, and I'd say in that question, go to openthebooks.com. All the salaries are there for everybody.
Yeah.
With that said, great work on that one, Auditor, getting that done. I'm concerned about the balance of unobligated grant funding of about $4.5 million. And you said that there's not going to be, this is in the ARPA rescue plan information that we have in our book here under tab 1. So you have a projected balance of a 0 on 2026, but you have a balance to get there. You take $4.5 million of unobligated grant funding, and I'm wondering, well, what's going to happen to the unobligated grant funding to result in a 0 balance?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I believe those available balances were swept and were put in the pot to be reallocated already.
Okay, so those were actually swept and put into the governor's pot. I guess that's the right, the correct, I guess, is there another name for it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I do not believe so. My belief is the available funds through the HHS program is 0. Unobligated is 0 right now.
It is.
Yes, sir.
So how do they get obligated? Because we didn't obligate any more.
Those funds were swept
And so they're,
during the budget, in the budget bill, when they reallocated the funds in the ARPA section.
Yeah.
These funds were taken back. So anything that was available. So the new budget started July 1. This report is as of June 30th.
oh, June 30th. Okay, so July, well, this says projected balances there, June 30th. So they were swept back the 1st of July. And did they go back to, well, there's got to be an ARPA, I guess, fund that we're swept into.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes, sir. It, as with all the other ARPA funds that had been allocated to the different projects and programs, if they had not been used, those funds were swept and put into the pot to be reallocated.
But you're not going to reallocate those to any new people. You're going to reallocate them to the people that haven't been able to perform. Is that right?
We would allocate them to the individuals that met the October 1 deadline of having their funds encumbered, meaning that they have all of their engineering and construction contracts executed. They know that they're going to be able to do their project and get it completed by the end of 2026.
And that's this October 1.
Yes, sir.
That is.
Then what happens to that money that as of October 1, if the people that haven't done their due diligence and actually got to that point, and then there's money that was, I guess, obligated, but can't be spent necessarily by those individuals. So what happens to that money? How does that get put into the same pot, and then that is reallocated, and where is that, and who gets that reallocation?
Mr. Treasurer, that is indeed exactly the pot that I said that this board would participate in with qualified projects to be able to make sure that we got those funds expended. So this board, and that number has been as high as 60-some million and as low in projections as maybe a couple of million.
Yeah,
So
Mr. Chairman,
whatever happens after October 1st, we'll have an accounting and then try to work on the projects that can get that money fully obligated. And I think that means it has to go through the CLE or CLA, and it also has to go through the Attorney General's, which is going to take time. So it's not midnight, December 31st, I put my money in. It is going to be sometime before that, but that'll be outlined. I think the webinar will probably help to talk about that. But that's indeed part of our project as a board this fall. I had said that I wanted Beth to help in walking through those. But
let me express my concern directly instead of beating around the bush. Is my concern directly that during our briefing, I was told is that any new applicants can't apply, they're not going to get any money. It's going to be people that have already applied before. And I know there's several towns out there that have approached me, and we were all talking about this 60-some million that might show up. But I was told that if you're not in the game now and you're not sitting in the dugout, you're in the stands and you don't get to participate. That's what I was told.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's been the discussion because it takes so long to vet new projects to make sure that they are eligible for these ARPA funds. And if those projects aren't already in process, then we would be, once again, under the gun to get have those projects have their contracts executed by the end of the calendar year to ensure that there are contractors and workers available to complete that project within the timeline that ARPA has laid out that we can spend those funds.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I know that there's entities out there that have had their long-term plans. They've got all of these different plans that are in different phases. They've got the contractors, they've done the engineering, and all they really need to do is know that money's going to be available. And I'm going to have to tell them that, no, you're in the stands and you're not in the dugout and you don't get to play it. I don't like doing that, and I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate that, Mr. Treasurer
Mr. Chairman.
and Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You want to respond to two commenters ago. We're in the reports section, and there are ARPA reports for programs that have outstanding balances, many projects that applied for those programs that did not receive funding. And so along the lines of the treasurer's comment previously, I think it is very well within the agenda and to ask about ARPA balances in total at this point in time and the approach on the remaining funds. In fact, I think that it really is incumbent on the board to understand that, because I've been having the same discussions that Treasurer Meyer has with water and sewer projects that were not funded or need new funds because of inflation pressures. And I think it's certainly within the bounds of this board to ask these questions. And I've also, I want to just underscore a little bit my concern along the lines of what the treasurer said, that I just think this attitude of, no, we can't do it, no, we can't do it, no, we can't do it. It's really underscored a lot of this process. And I'd encourage the governor to work with the Office of State Lands to allow some of these projects to be vetted and to just be as creative as we can in using this opportunity to handle some of our infrastructure issues in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, what I wanted to sort of clarify from my previous comment was I wasn't commenting that your questions about ARPA and the way the funds have been spent through this board, we have that information. I can supply that to you. I think my frustration is this is all in flux now, because as of October 1, those projects for which this board granted funding, those folks have to demonstrate that they have properly obligated those funds. So they're still in flux. I can certainly get you a report that shows what this board approved in any of the three programs. That's not a problem. And then this other pot of funding that the governor is trying, or the governor's group is trying to allocate, that is also in flux. I think they're in a lot of discussions. Some decisions have been made, some decisions haven't been made, and they are continuing to do their work as a group in consultation with Clifton Larson Allen, with the Attorney General's office. So there's just a lot that's in flux. So like I said, I can give you reports that may or may not be stale. Happy to do that, but there's just a lot of movement going on.
And to underscore, the 60 million was a thrown out possible projection. It does not appear to be 60 million at this point. And so I think having a proper accounting before we get people's hopes up is very important. And I'll take that charge personally, and we will be able to, I think with the webinar, maybe we'll help, but we can get a report out, maybe with the help of the auditor and the budget department, we can get a sort of a sliding report coming forward, because there needs to be a drop dead point at which we know how much money is there. And that's the key. And I know there are a lot of projects that would love to have those funding. I can talk about people that have come to me on this too. This is going to be a tough section. This is where we earn our Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get it for the public, and I have a pen right now. Who is the group? It's Mr. Hibbard. What's the group? Who's in this group?
Go ahead, Beth.
Mr. Chairman, the group consists of Chief of Staff Perkins, Randall Luthi has joined us a few times. Director Hibbard from the State Budget Department is there. Christine Eminger from the State Budget Department. They have two other grant people that come with them, and I'm forgetting their names right now. I apologize to those individuals. Then Erica Legursky from the governor's office is there. Myself and my supervisor, Jennifer Doring, is there. It's really the people who have been in the weeds with the ARPA since the beginning.
And if it's not posted on our website, I'll make sure it's posted on our website. I think it may be already. So.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials for this board meeting in advance and have briefed each board member individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list.
Without objection,
The following items listed on the State Loan and Investment Board agenda for August 1st, 2024 appear to be amenable to treatment on a consent list. E1 and E2, F1 and H1.
those are the matters for the consent list. Are there any questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a
Chairman.
motion. Yes.
According to my board matter, and I guess maybe it's one of the amendments that's floating around, H1 is vacant. So has that been adjusted? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there was an updated agenda provided yesterday to all the board members and posted on the website. So we had miscategorized I1 it's a county consensus matter, so we put it under the appropriate heading, which is now H1.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of E1 and E2, F1 and H1.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would move Director's Rec on the consent list. However, I would note that the good mayor of Pinedale drove all the way here, and I'm sure he's thrilled to be on a consent list, but I just want to recognize that he's here to ask for his money.
Second.
Mayor Murdock, you're of course welcome, but the train is on the track, so.
Thank you. I did come down and saw it on the consent list, but it was worthwhile to just come down and say thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I want to give a call out to the Carbon County Fire Department. I was on the I-80, so I tried to secure that fire. They did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I would entertain a motion.
That was my motion.
Yeah,
Director's Rec, yes.
Director's Rec. Is
Second.
there second? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on the agenda for the board today is C1, which is our Clean Water State Revolving Fund. It's the presentation of the intended use plan and comprehensive priority list. This is informational. It will not require board authorization. That's the drinking water IUP, but because the process is a little different this time, I thought it would be prudent to have Ms. Blackwell explain how the IUP was arrived at and any issues they had. So with that, I would yield to Ms. Blackwell.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, board members, for fiscal year '25, the intended use plan process was a little different than it has been in the past. Historically, what we've asked entities to do is put every project they could imagine on the list and be very generic about the description. So if they need to replace any water line in their town or sewer line, it was eligible. Well, we are luckily or unluckily at a point with the clean water program that we are really going to have to pay attention to the priority list and fund projects in the priority order, because we are no longer in a situation where we have more money than we have asks. So we're going to be a typical SRF program, and that's what we're doing with our IUP. So what we did is we cleared the slate, we cleaned everyone out. The projects that were under construction and in process stayed on the IUP. Everything else got deleted. We went out and requested for entities to only submit projects that they would be requesting funding for in the state fiscal year of '25. We got some that are in '25, we got some in other years. I mean, this was our first year of change. But what we actually were able to do was create a priority list within the intended use plan that lays out what an entity's funding package will be when they come to the board. Historically, it's been first come, first serve. When they put in their application, they have no idea what their interest rate's going to be, whether they will get principal forgiveness or not. It's just kind of taking it as it comes. So now they will know when they put in their application how much funding will be recommended, how much principal forgiveness they would receive, and what their interest rate will be. This helps the communities as well as the programs plan for the future. And those were some of the comments we received during the open comment period is this new process made communities actually prioritize their projects and take a look at what they're doing. And I think that is a good thing all around of if we're making people think and plan, they're going to have better projects at the end of the day. One other thing to add, those people on the priority list, they have 4 specific meetings to come to the October, the December, February, and April meetings for that guaranteed funding package. If they do not come to those meetings, projects on the secondary list are eligible to receive the principal forgiveness that people did not apply for.
Great, thank you. Further questions? All right.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would just note that agenda item D1 has been withdrawn, so we will not be addressing that matter today. So that moves us over to G1, which is an emergency mineral royalty grant application from the town of Pine Haven. The town is requesting $136,500 in emergency MRG grant funding to replace the pumps at their wells number 2 and 3. On July 22nd, the town had both of its water wells fail, resulting in the imposition of water use restrictions. The pump for well 2 locked up completely. The pump for well 3 had a capacity of 250 gallons per minute. However, during the emergency, it was running at only 20 GPM. The town has hired a well driller and the pump for well 2 has been replaced. Pump 3 has not been replaced yet due to lead times for the pumping equipment. And additional investigation is required to determine why both wells failed at the same time. The requested amount is equal to 75% of the total project cost. The town is proposing to match the MRG funding with $45,500 from their water reserve fund. OSLI staff has reviewed the town's application, believes the town's project is good project, meets the definition of an emergency, which is a situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of the community. Both of the reviewing agencies, DEQ and Water Development, recommend funding of the town's application. Additionally, of note is per Chapter 3 of the board's rules, applications for emergency consideration must be received at least 15 business days prior to a regular board meeting. The established due date for this meeting was July 11th, and as I mentioned, I believe this occurred on July 22nd, so after that deadline. So we are asking or recommending that the board waive the application deadline for this emergency MRG application and to approve the funding for the town's application in the amount of $136,500 for replacement of the pumps for wells 2 and 3. And Ms. Blackwell, if I have omitted anything, please add to.
The only addition I would include is, Mr. Governor, you had asked, I believe, if these were part of Gillette's Madison project. They are not part of that project, however, they are part of the Madison Aquifer.
That was my question, was if we were starting to see maybe some drawdowns. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might be, I guess, a question for the town. Was this deferred maintenance? Was there just this kind of a happenstance that both of them seemed to fail at the same time? Do you know anything about that?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I would need to defer to the town.
I believe we have folks from Pine Haven here, so thank you for coming down, and if you could push the little button there that turns it red, thanks.
Thanks for entertaining our request, even though we were late. But obviously, last week we had, I call it, how did that happen event? Because we did have both wells go down, and one was not necessarily go down. One was totally out. The other one was only pumping 20 gallons a minute. It made the town go into a local emergency situation so that we could restrict our residents to real limited amount of water so that hopefully the 20 gallons a minute would get us through, and it did. So that the residents in our town should be well recommended, and that they did a great job of keeping the town out of trouble of running out of water entirely.
Can you recognize yourself for the?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
no.
Carla Brandenburg. I'm the mayor of Pine Haven. And stuff. And I'm sorry, but I forgot what your question was.
Mr. Chairman, just if this was, a happenstance that this occurred, that they both went down at the same time, or if it was deferred maintenance at all, or anything like that?
I'm going to probably let our engineer answer that question. What I've been told is that both pumps were about 7 years old. And unfortunately, now we will have two pumps that are going to be in the same time frame. So we do have a gentleman on the council right now that is familiar with well systems and stuff. And I have asked him to take over with our public works people to maybe try to mitigate that'll happen again. Because if pumps are the same age, what I've been told is that pumps are the same age, that it could happen. We were just one of the lucky ones that it actually did happen. Just to go into the emergency side of it is that we did bring in, our fire department brought in, because of all the fires that are around town that was talked about earlier today, we did bring in water into town so that we could make sure that we could take care of that. We actually still currently have a tanker sitting in town. It's because we only have the one well that's available. The other one will not be available until next week. I've been told by the well driller that they will be able to install it on Wednesday. And so that will be, the tanker will stay there unless it's needed somewhere else in an emergency. It'll stay in town so that, because we do need both wells to operate our fire system and stuff. So I'm going to let Heath talk to if he knows why that did.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heath Turbeville with HDR Engineering. As far as deferred maintenance, I'd say no. The town has worked over the past several years to improve their situation with their wells. They did drill one of those wells within the past few years and also replaced the other pump, just so happened to be about the same time. So they have done their maintenance on their wells. They've drilled a new well in town to have water, and it's unfortunate that they failed at the same time.
Thanks. Further questions? Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Board. Once again, I've worked with Pine Haven. They really have kept their stuff up. I'll have a bit of a side comment, and the engineer may comment. There's been numbers of well and compressor problems around the county. We've had power going out steady, and I can tell you from our end personally, we've lost our Madison well, and we've lost some of the other stuff. This power deal's gone up and down between fires and what's gone on. So I think it truly is an emergency. I know of lots of others that have done it, and it's unfortunate, but Pine Haven really has gone out of their way to drill redundant wells and try to keep their stuff up. So appreciate your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thanks. We know we almost lost Pine Haven last year, if I remember correctly, or the year before.
Luckily, that was 2 years ago.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, luckily that was 2 years ago, or wasn't it 2 years ago?
Yeah.
I say, that was 2 years ago, but yeah, we did, and we don't want to do that again.
Yeah.
We don't want to go through that again, and that enhances that our fire department has actually stepped up. They did a good job back then, but they've stepped up. The whole community really stepped up on this situation because it was a true emergency, especially during this fire season. And we had water setting all over town and stuff, and the county helped us immensely of being able to do that. And we appreciate that. And I really appreciate if you guys would support us in this.
Yeah. Very good. Further questions? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
I move the director's recommendation that the board, one, waive the application deadline for the emergency MRG application submitted by the town of Pine Haven, and two, approve funding for the town of Pine Haven's emergency MRG application in the amount of $136,500 for replacement of the water pumps for wells 2 and 3.
Second. It's been moved by the secretary and seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I don't believe there are any noes. So that motion carries. Congratulations and good luck. So, and thank you for being here. Thanks. Yeah. Madam Director.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item is I2, which is a local government project ARPA grant change in scope request. This is, again, the town of Pine Haven for their Bow Drive water line loop and fire hydrant replacement project. At the Slib meeting on February 28th of 2023, the town of Pine Haven was awarded $1,085,580 for its Bow Drive water line loop and fire hydrant replacement project. It was to allow for additional water services on the west side of town. The project has been bid and the town was able to award the project for an amount lower than the engineer's estimate. So they've requested to utilize their remaining ARPA funds to expand the scope of the project approved by the board to add new water service lines within a part of the project area where fire hydrants have been added. The cost associated with this additional scope is about $119,025. Staff is consulted with the Attorney General's office and its partnering agencies. The new project scope is eligible for ARPA funding, so staff is recommending the board approve the town's request for change in scope related to the use of these funds. Of course, staff has concerns with respect to the upcoming October 1st deadline in which all funds must be under contract or otherwise encumbered. But beyond that, we believe it's a good project, and that we would recommend the board's approval of this change in scope.
Questions? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I would recommend the director's recs that the board approve the requested change in scope described herein from the town of Pine Haven, which was funded previously by the board under ARPA 1088.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to I3, which is a change in scope request for the Health and Human Services Capital Construction ARPA grant program. There are two requests here. The first one is for Volunteers of America. It has to do with their Regional Crisis Stabilization Project. At the Slib meeting on December 15th, Volunteers of America was awarded $608,600 for its Gathering Place Women's Treatment Project under ARPA 1101 to expand the current women's treatment facility by adding 12 residential beds to the Sheridan VOA campus. Additional funding for the project in the amount of $286,432 was awarded at the April 7th, 2023 special meeting, bringing the total ARPA funds awarded for that project to $895,040. At the time of the original grant award, the board had approved for some flexibility related to the funds awarded to this project and another project for which VOA received ARPA funding, which was ARPA 1100 for the Northeast Regional Crisis Stabilization Project. Specifically, the board approved the use of funding from either project to be used toward the other project. After ARPA funding was awarded, VOA decided to not add the 12 new beds to the Sheridan campus as originally planned, but to add them to the Cheyenne campus instead. So they are requesting approval to utilize the funds approved for the project under 1101 on the Regional Crisis Stabilization Project, ARPA 1010. The board approved ARPA funding for the Regional Crisis Stabilization Project located in Cheyenne in the amount of $2,922,700 at a special meeting held on November 14th, 2022. Staff has consulted with the partnering agencies and the Attorney General's office regarding the eligibility to determine the new project scope is eligible. Staff is recommending the board approve the requested change in scope. And again, we reiterate the concerns with the October deadline, but nevertheless would recommend approval. What did I miss, Beth?
Questions? Questions?
Is anyone from VOA here?
Is anyone from VOA here? Yes, there is.
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Susan Held. I'm the Senior Vice President of Legal and Compliance with Volunteers of America, Northern Rockies. In the studio audience, we also have our Chief Program Officer, Dr. Amy Foster. I would just like to add a few comments in relation to the director's summary. Our Cheyenne project is well underway. We are actually ahead of schedule with an estimated completion date of March of 2025. The total construction cost is $8.2 million. We have secured match funding in the amount of $3.5 million, so that does leave an unfunded balance, which we could certainly utilize the ARPA funds from the HHS 1101 grant. With that, we are grateful to this board and to the taxpayers for the ARPA funds that have been provided to VOA. It does allow us to serve the most vulnerable and to address the behavioral health needs of the citizens of Wyoming.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation in regards to the changes in scope for VOA and Yes House.
Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I may have messed up the motion.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, we have not yet discussed the Yes House.
Right, well, she carried.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's approved.
Yeah, it is approved. But do we have somebody from the Yes House here so that we, yes, I
May I
think
step away?
you're approved.
Sorry.
The
Thank you,
Yes
Mr.
House
Chairman.
is, this is a formality, but I want to give you the opportunity to address this.
You're really good.
Come on up, because we know the Yes House. It's a great place.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your consideration and I guess approval in this matter. I'm Ryan Anderson. I'm the executive director with the Yes House. Our project as well is well underway. We're slated to be complete in September, mid-September of this year. And we appreciate the consideration of some of the change of scope, which for us included some ADA access as well as some drainage, which will help prolong the life of our project when it's completed. And so I just thank the board for their continued support, and I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. And I'd note for the record that all of us have been briefed on this, so appreciate that.
And Mr. Chairman, I thank you for being here and driving down, and I see you and I think parking lot. So, parking lot guy.
I think ADA ramps is what I think.
There we go. Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything, Beth, that we should note in this? I mean, I know this is a little after the fact, but.
I just applaud these two entities for getting their projects going, really understanding that the timeline was tight.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next item is I-4, which is for the board to consider the development of a policy for procedures for the board to consider affordable housing funding application requests. During the 2024 Wyoming legislative budget session, $5 million was appropriated from the general fund for purposes of providing grants to cities, towns, counties, and tribal governments in Wyoming for land acquisition and infrastructure, including water, sewer, and utilities to support unmet housing and workforce housing needs, as determined by the Office of State Lands and Investments. The purpose of this board matter is really to initiate a discussion between staff and the board regarding development of a procedure for awarding these newly appropriated affordable housing funds, as no agency rulemaking authority was granted by the legislature. We have put in the board matter some of the elements that we utilized in the ARPA funding program for affordable housing for the board's consideration. We're happy to use those rules to take those applications or do something different. So at today's meeting, the staff were seeking direction from the board. The idea would be to take that direction to develop a policy and then to bring it back to the board for its approval and consideration at their October 3rd meeting, at which time, once we have a policy in place, we can let folks know that here's how the staff will consider those applications, the criteria, et cetera, and then we can kick off that application process. So.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Could you refresh us about the, I guess, the success of the rules that are under ARPA and the amount of money that was available for affordable housing and how much has been, I guess, obligated?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, so during, I believe it was the 2023 legislative session, they appropriated $5 million of ARPA funds, as well as $5 million in general funds for affordable housing specifically. That included just infrastructure, not the purchase of land. When we opened that application period, we received 2 applications, one from Jackson Hole related to the apartment buildings, and then the second was from the city of Cheyenne. Their original application was to purchase land. However, that was deemed ineligible. They amended their application and are partnering with Habitat for Humanity to develop affordable housing off of Story Boulevard on a piece of land that was donated to Habitat. I believe we had approximately just under $2 million remaining of the $5 million in ARPA funds that we were awarded. So that's some of those funds that you saw sitting there that weren't used. The projects are going. I received my last email from the city of Cheyenne as they were getting their contracts executed, and they should have no problem meeting the October 1 deadline. I believe the Jackson project is going. But like I said, the first iteration of this, we only got 2 applications for right around $3 million. And so I think the communities just weren't ready to come in and apply for this funding. I think the housing issue is such a large issue statewide that $5 million wasn't a whole lot and isn't a whole lot to really fix that problem. And so I think communities were just trying to figure out what, if we apply for this, how do we use it and how do we make it better? Because I think a lot of communities know that they need the housing. They're just not far enough down the planning path to come in and request these funds.
I guess a follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Will that, I guess, if we take that money and put it into this other catch-all fund, does that launder it to where they can't, so that the restrictions that originally were applied to it, that it could only be for affordable housing, do they evaporate?
The remaining funds that were allocated from
2 million.
2023, those are ARPA funds and they don't change colors, so they don't lose any of the ARPA federal requirements with them. So even though they were swiped from this program and put back into the redeployment pot, that redeployment pot still has all the same ARPA requirements that it's always had.
No, I guess it takes the legislative intent away from it. That's what I was questioning. Not that it changes the federal color, but, you know, this is a barber pole now. You got the ARPA funds and you got the legislators, and they told us that it was only for affordable housing. But if we put it in this catch-all fund, then where's our statutory authority to wipe the slate clean and allow it to be used anyway?
I think the ARPA funds were swept and put back in the ARPA pot.
Okay.
And those can be used in any appropriate way that is allowed by ARPA.
So that's how we do it. We sweep them back and put them back in the original pot, and we have authority to do that.
Correct.
Okay,
But these
thank you.
funds that we have in front of us today are general fund dollars.
Right,
They
right,
do not
right,
have the
right.
ARPA
Yeah,
tie. And they were specifically issued to meet unmet housing needs and not just affordable housing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, why do we have to wait to sweep those other ones if we wanted to I guess, sweep them back into the pot now and allow them to be looked at for whatever reason. I mean, I think there's a lot of flexibility that the governor has, that if there's $7 million worth of land, if you sweep them back in there and say, now you can use it to buy land, so there's actually $7 million, you redefine it going through the ARPA process, and I don't know whether that's possible.
Yeah, Madam Auditor, I appreciate the intent of the treasurers.
I do too, but let me say this out loud to make sure I understand it correctly. The legislature initially appropriated $10 million for this purpose, 5 of ARPA, 5 of general funds. We did not allocate all of the ARPA funds, so that money has been swept and is no longer under our purview. That is now in the governor's office. It could be used on housing needs, but again, we're at 5 months, which is real tricky. Is that all accurate? So we.
Yeah, but it could be used on land, and land, you can do those sales in, short time. If it can be used.
That would have to meet the Attorney General and some of those other aspects of the ARPA federal piece as well, Mr. Treasurer. But I understand what you're suggesting, and it's thought-provoking, and we'll certainly investigate.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do remember the sticking point of purchase of land being cumbersome or hurdle. Are there any other things that made it difficult? I mean, I think, because I understand you guys are looking for direction of how to move forward. And so I think, any of that, those overburdensome restrictions we can reduce, I think is what I would favor. Were there any other than the land piece?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I think the requirement of identifying the federal housing program that made you eligible for ARPA sometimes was a little difficult, because part of ARPA was, here are a set of, I think it was 12 different housing programs, and they had to identify which housing program their project fit into and why it met those requirements. And those things on your board matter, it was income things, affordable housing. And that pot was specific for affordable housing. So this pot, you could choose to do unmet housing instead of affordable housing. So it's one of those things for the board's decision, how you want staff to vet these. Do you want to have 2 pots, a pot of unmet housing and a pot of affordable housing, and you consider the 2 different pots? I think that's what we're asking from the board of, how do you want us to go about this so that when we bring it to you, we vetted the applications appropriately and we're able to provide you the information that you need to make these decisions.
Madam Auditor.
And I'll throw a few things out to start with and then poke holes in them. But some of my thoughts on this is, I am in no way an expert on affordable housing, but what struck me through the ARPA process was that those requirements were, it's an entire discipline which you have to be an expert on. Most 95% of our communities are not ready to meet that. And I think about discussions in the legislature and some of our communities that are going to be at most need, and Kemmer and Upton come to mind. I don't know that it's affordable housing that they need. And when I say affordable housing, I mean the very specific federal definition. So I'm very much inclined to go towards unmet housing. It's such a small pot of money that this is really a pilot. That being said, I think that some of our communities might come up with some creative uses for this money. So I would want to leave it pretty open, but probably have, I mean, with $5 million, I'm thinking a max grant award of $1 to $2 million, and we get, between 3 and 5 projects out there. We just don't know this is very exploratory. So I want to leave it fairly wide open and then figure out what we learn from this first round.
And Ms. Blackwell, I think, sort of tying on to that, there are a couple of other things that I think probably weigh in, and both the treasurer and I, I guess by statute, are supposed to be on WCDA, and I've always asked WCDA to really try to pioneer this stuff, and they sometimes focus a little bit on HUD, but HUD would be a big part, I think, of how we do this and what the state's bonding capacity, tax-free bonding capacity are, how we integrate that with these, I think would be big considerations. And then I think two others that probably have some role to play would be trying to figure out where the business council might have some aspect here as well as economic development and the grants office, because I think all of these probably are pieces, and I'd hate to, have 15 programs to build streets, but none to build curb and gutter or something,
Mr. Governor, I can absolutely have those conversations. One note of interest is I've been invited on a trip with the Business Council to Utah to talk to their League of Governments, to talk about how they are handling their rural communities. And there could be a lot learned in that instance of maybe learning what works for another state and what doesn't work, and bringing that information back and applying it to our state.
That would make a lot of sense, and in particular concern, development in Wyoming is always a tough challenge because you don't really make a profit until you get the last few houses sold, and in Wyoming, those typically go very long. And then in terms of builders and their interest and developers and their interest, they tend to look for places where there's a lot of population, not so much the rural areas. So,
Mr. Chairman, and I know there's several programs in WCDA that are oversubscribed. I know there's a lot of people didn't get their anticipated tax credits. And so some of those projects got stalled because of that. And then to the point that the auditor brought up, the houses in Cameron are, 1,000 square foot house is going for $450,000. And I mean, those are, I think that needs to be looked into. I just don't believe that you drop a 1,000 square foot partially modular house onto a lot and you're getting $450,000 for it. So, there's some big problems. I don't think we're going to solve all of them, but I think if you want to find something, look at some of the unmet needs that are at WCDA. They've already got the rules and everything, locked and loaded. And so it might be able to, you just mirror those, and those people are already qualified for them. There just wasn't any funds. And maybe that's what you do.
So Ms. Blackwell, I think we're really sort of confined to land issues here. Is that correct? Or are we looking at it across the board? Because I guess here's my thought. We have all the stuff that's oversubscribed to WCDA is already doing, and they have their plan that they've put in place. We know where activities are and where we have a sense of what needs are. We also have water development that can apply to this. So I think maybe trying to figure out where our piece is would be important, or where we can add value, and maybe we can have a bigger conversation about that.
When you say our piece in this, how are you saying how this $5 million can be leveraged with these other programs? I just want to make sure. Because I could see where this $5 million maybe doesn't go to a community, and it goes to WCDA and fills those holes that are there on those projects that have started and kind of hit that. I mean, there's a benefit to that, of those projects will already have met the federal requirement, and those aren't even required of these funds. But I think I will definitely circle back with all of these entities. Maybe I can schedule a meeting with all of us at the table and we can have a bigger discussion of what can $5 million do? And how do we make the best use of the $5 million?
Yeah, yeah, Mr. Chairman, you may have a contractor that's already got the land bought, but they couldn't get the tax credit. And you come in here and the contractor gets to basically switch that money out into the land, and that frees up the rest of the capital to finish the project. So there's a lot of opportunities and there's a lot of problems. So, but we just want to, I think, make something that'll stand the test of time, and it isn't just something to get the money out the door, but it's to do it so it actually functions. You know, I think as the auditor said, it's a pilot project. So let's try to do it right the first time. But I'm just still wondering whether from the AG, whether there's $2 million worth of fund money in your pocket now for stuff.
And we can talk about that later.
Mr. Chairman.
So, yes, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one other thing that I might throw out as you're contemplating this. I'm always sensitive with, the projects the requests that we received with the ARPA dollars on their development codes and how, cumbersome those are. And so that could be something kind of similar to our water rates, how we look at that and we kind of have a threshold of what we expect those to be. I don't know exactly what that would be, but maybe an idea.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, we could absolutely include a question on an application related to those codes so that any applicant has to discuss what their codes are and any waivers or any breaks that they can provide developers.
Very good.
One last question. One of the things that I had mentioned in here is limiting the number of applications from an individual applicant. And I don't know if that's something the board wants to consider. If you'll remember through the ARPA program, you had communities who put in one application because they thought that was their best application. You had communities who put in 5 to 10 applications trying to leverage their ability. I think it's important in a program like this that we don't have a lot of money to kind of limit the amount of applications in the sense that then we can truly focus on the ones that people are serious about. And we're not spending our time trying to figure out, okay, this town submitted 5 projects. How are we gonna vet those against one from another community?
It seems to me, Ms. Blackwell, you've had a little bit of experience over the last couple of years. I'm wondering about, I think that makes a lot of sense. I hate hard and fast rules because, maybe you have 2 or 3 good projects out of one community and not so good ones out of others. But I guess I'm wondering if there's a way to rank them. And so you would consider rank ones first and then move from there.
Mr. Chairman, we can do like we did in ARPA and we do in MRG. We make the entity themselves rank their projects. They have to tell us which ones are their priority. And generally, in those instances, we look really close at that first one. We vet the other ones, but we pay particular attention to their first priority because that's what that community has prioritized.
Very good. Further comments? Would we expect to see kind of a workflow plan or work plan sort of start to hatch at some point here?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's our intention, is to kind of go back to the drawing board and gather the direction from the board and come up with a plan and further discuss that at the October meeting, and hopefully we have a path forward to start beginning the application process.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the next matters are the J and K matters, which are the Treasurer's Office matters, so we will yield to the Treasurer's Office.
Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First matter up is J1. This is the adoption or denying of the TDOA program rate. Its methodology hasn't changed at all. It's essentially the 90-day average of the one-year Treasury bill. And that rate comes out, after calculating all of that, to 5.14%. So, Mr. Chairman, unless there's any discussion on that, I just make a motion. Hearing none, Mr. Chairman, I request that the board accept the Treasurer's recommendation of the TDOA rate be established by using the one-year Treasury bill average for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, April 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2024. The rate of 5.14% will be for the second quarter of the TDOA contract period, 2024 to 2025, to be effective October 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next one is for information only. This is the collateral versus deposits, the over short. As you can see, the total on that, the collateral is about 641 million, and the account balance on the TDOAs is 329, 298, 891, 93. So we're in good shape on our collateral. There's still a few banks that don't take the TDOA, and those seem to be some of the newer ones, the larger ones in the state. And but for a lot of the rest of the folks, it's a good source of deposits.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, moving on to K matters. On K1, this is some information that we thought was pertinent and for the committee to have an understanding on. And we have our Chief Investment Officer, Patrick, and our private equity, Byron. And go ahead and take it away, Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, Patrick Fleming, CO of the Treasurer's Office. I don't know, it was probably earlier in the year when you had requested the leverage component from our private equity side, and Byron has had this presentation put together, and then we got caught up with all these other meetings, and we're not able to present it. So today we really have a fairly quick meeting. Byron's presentation, and then Josh will be joining us from RVK to give the board an update on our June 30 annual performance numbers. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Byron to comment on our leverage.
Mr. Fleming, Mr. Byron.
Good morning, Byron Bean, Senior Investment Officer, Treasurer's Office. So the question was, can you give us some detail on the leverage within the private equity portfolio? I've presented little presentation here going on to page 2. Essentially, there are two market standard methods to detail leverage, one being net debt over EBITDA, EBITDA being earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. The average since 2007 for the market has been 5.5 times. If you look here on the sheet, you see that 2022 it was 5.9 times, and in 2023 it came down to 4.9. Our portfolio is below all these comparables at 4 times. Going on to the next page, page 3, the second method that the market uses is net debt over enterprise value, which is essentially the total value of the company less any cash that they hold. And the percentage of debt within the entire capitalization, it's essentially the entire percentage of debt with the entire capitalization of the firm. So since 2021, the average has been 42%. And our portfolio stands about half of that, almost at 22%. So yeah, we're by all metrics below average in terms of debt versus the market. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Questions? Mr. Treasurer.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the report.
Thank you very much.
Short and sweet and on point. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I guess, is Josh available? There he is, right there. Hello, Josh. Thanks for being here. And you're going to give us the quarterly investment performance report. It's attached here, but can you walk us through it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Josh Keevan, Senior Consultant with RVK. The performance report that you have in front of you, I'm going to begin on page 2, but I'll start by just cautioning that this is a pretty preliminary version of the report. Primarily, we don't have a lot of the private markets data yet, so there are some pieces that will continue to come in over the next several months, and once we have a final version of the fiscal year-end report, we'll make sure that you all get a copy of that. On page 2, though, you can see the quilt chart with on the left-hand side, the year-by-year just ranking of best to worst performance by asset class. And I draw your attention to the calendar year-to-date column. And, the S&P 500 has gotten a lot of attention in the financial press for how it continues to perform much better than virtually every other asset class. And a lot of that has been driven by a concentrated group of larger technology companies, NVIDIA in particular this year, that are benefiting from the expectations for the advancement of artificial intelligence. It is interesting to note, though, it's not the best performer. You also have midstream energy assets in your portfolio in the form of MLPs, and that's actually been the best performer. And if you look across the last 4 years, MLPs have actually been the first or second best. So you're really seeing some strength from that particular asset. And Governor, I recall your interest in adding that to the portfolio and some of the original discussions around that many years ago. And it's really been a nice diversifier for you, especially in 2022. I know this is a couple of years ago, but the S&P was actually down 18% that year, and MLPs were up 26%. The range of returns you can see this year, pretty wide range for the first 6 months of this year. Real estate has been the worst performer, and most assets are modestly positive for the first half of the year. Bonds are slightly negative, as for the first 6 months you had seen overall some rising interest rates leading to a loss in aggregate fixed income. We have seen that reverse since the end of June as rates have actually started to come back down. You can see the snapshot of your total portfolio as of June 30, which, as you know, is the end of your fiscal year. $29.8 billion in total, divided across the various types of funds that you see listed here.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Josh, just to go back a second, I've just kind of the last few years been intrigued by private equity, I guess. I mean, do you have any comments on kind of where we find ourselves as of 6/24 with that?
Yeah, you have seen good performance from your private equity. The way that those returns show up tend to be a bit smoother than public equities because of the private valuation, the way those assets aren't valued by the market every day. So comparing the time series can be a little bit tricky. In the full report, and I don't believe we have this in here, but we have another report we can share with you that looks at your private equity investments on more of an internal rate of return and multiple basis, just simply what have you gotten out of it divided by what you paid into it. And by all of those metrics, looking at IRRs versus public market equivalents, and also what the multiples have been on your investments relative to expectations, by all of those metrics, you've built a pretty successful private equity program.
And Madam Superintendent, there is a timing issue for the end of the year. And so there probably our reports aren't going to be available till what, third quarter, end of third quarter?
We won't get the final marks until early fourth quarter, unfortunately. And in fact, you can see that zero there. That reflects the fact that even as of now, we don't have data for the index, even as of 3/31. We're still dealing with 12/31 values.
Go ahead.
So if we go to page 4, you can see the total fund performance at the top. Again, as I always do, I'll caution against reading too much into the total fund absolute performance level, simply because that's a combination of all of the different funds with very different purposes and risk profiles. With that said, the absolute level of performance has been very good over the fiscal year. You can see plus 9%. And again, not yet reflecting all of the private market valuations. On a relative basis, this is probably the more meaningful takeaway on this page is relative to your policy index. So if you had earned exactly the market returns and been exactly at your policy targets, that return would have been 7.5%. So net of fees, a very healthy 150 basis points, which will change a little bit as we get the private marks in, but don't expect it to be materially different than that. And then as you go down the list and look at just asset class by asset class, really pretty positive year that led to that 150 basis points of total outperformance. As I noted, best performance coming from MLPs, but you've had continued good relative performance in international equities, infrastructure, opportunistic investments. And, you might recall going back a few years, you did move quite a bit out of core fixed income. And you can see that core fixed income on this page, 3.3% on a fiscal year basis. A lot of the places where that money has moved to, areas like infrastructure and private credit, you can see very healthy returns. So very, very additive asset allocation strategy shifts over the past several years. And if we go just to look at the individual funds in a little bit more detail, focusing on the fiscal year, Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, we have at just over 11% net of fees. That compares quite favorably to your policy index for the PMTF. We do have the reference portfolio in here, which is just a very simple 70% global equities, 30% US fixed income. And that would have actually exceeded that return in the past year, up 14.2%. Over the past 3 years, you've exceeded that, though, by about 200 basis points. Common School, Permanent Land Fund, almost on par with the PMTF, just under 11% over the past year. The Workers' Compensation Fund had a 5.2% return. And as you may recall, that is now segregated into 2 distinct underlying portfolios. One that is, we call the long-term reserve, which is assets in excess of what's needed for liability hedging. That piece was up about 11% last year. And then the liability hedging piece of the portfolio, which is invested in fixed income with duration that matches the estimated liabilities of the system. You can always compare the total fund return of 5.2% here to the liability hedging assets index, and the delta between those two, 5.2 versus 0.8, should give you a relatively rough estimation of the improvement of the health of the system over that time period that came as a result of investment markets and interest rates.
Josh, I think you have muted yourself.
Oops, I'm sorry. Apologies there. Thanks for the heads up, Governor. LISRA at the top of page 8, positive 8.3%. The engine of that was the long-term reserve, which was 18.1%. with more modest contributions from the intermediate and short-term reserve. And as you may recall from the asset allocation work just completed, LISRA will be collapsing into two buckets. So there will be a short-term reserve, which will remain unchanged, but the long-term and intermediate-term reserves will be consolidated and actually share a consolidated asset allocation strategy with Pool A, which you can see below there, 9% for the past year. And then lastly, state agency pool right at about 4.7%. That concludes the prepared comments I had on the market and performance update. I'd be happy to stand for any questions that the board has.
Thank you, Josh. Mr. Treasurer, any color or?
No, except that I think that I can say that I think infrastructure, there are some gains that we're going to have that'll be put into next year that I think that's going to return some good returns also. So, but those were probably more or less one-off things depending on, and I think that the staff and Grosvenor did a really good job getting into some different investments that were very inefficient markets, basically due to politics, and they just did a great job this year. I don't know if we can keep doing that, but the team has just done really well this year, and I really congratulate Patrick and everybody on it. And our new addition to Charles Gray, our attorney that's working in investments, has helped out a lot. But I got to tell you, we keep getting more and more things. I don't know if you guys know this, but we're actually in unclaimed properties. We're doing Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies now on unclaimed properties, and that thing has put several $100 million, I guess, more in an area where we're going to get some income off of that. So there's some, but it's really increased the amount of legal aspects that we have, and there's some interesting things going on there. So these guys are busy all the time, and they're doing great work, and there's just new and exciting things that are happening in the office every day.
Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I kind of want to reiterate that point and not only the staff that's really worked hard, but also just highlight the work that the board has done and the IFC and other people. And I'd just like to, I've talked about this before, but when you see the numbers, it, to me, doesn't mean as much on a percentage base until you talk about the alpha dollars. But on page 7, we're above 2% in just about every one of our major permanent funds. And that's about $18 billion of the fund. And when you monetize that and say, okay, how much is that in alpha dollars, that's over $350 million. And if you can see, 10 years ago, it was 0.5. And every year, we've been going up. There's a limit to that just because of tracking errors, some things. But, adding, additional $350 million and not even talking about some of the alternatives that the treasurer alluded to. And getting back to Superintendent Degenfelder's question, like one of our funds, our largest private equity investment in BlackRock, just sold one of their funds, and we're going to realize of their $280 million investment, we're going to realize over 150, almost 200 million of that. I think is it a 44 IRR, about a 40% IRR. So, there's a lot of other things that you won't see for another 3 months when we get those final numbers. But there's been a lot of different things that we're coming through that I would say would add easily over 50% or $50 million more that we haven't seen. Opportunistic investments, we were 30% on that over the year, looking at different things. We have a very large investment proportionately in Lineage that just went public this last week. It's a cold storage. We've been invested in various sectors for many years. So, the point with Treasurer Meyer's guidance, he's really allowed us to go out and try and take advantage of some of these one-off situations that most people in our sovereign wealth fund environment don't do. They just look at these kind of large public funds and you get what you get. But I just really want to thank him and for all of your support that has allowed us to go out and to try and take advantage of these things with the expertise of the staff that we have. And, knock on wood, but so far so good, and hopefully we'll be continuing to do this.
And Mr. Chairman, kind of put it in perspective, I know that you travel to a lot of different groups on the outside, but I had an opportunity to talk with some folks from the SFOF, and Alaska was in that group when I was out in Milwaukee, and actually some of the private people there are borrowing money so they can pay what they consider the hurdle is to Alaska on some of the private equity people. And Alaska's kind of put back because they said, well, I can borrow money cheaper than you can borrow it and pay me, So, there's some dislocation in some of these private equity things, and these guys have kind of steered clear of a lot of that. And, so I feel really good about, again, the work that the IFC has done and the selection process and due diligence that RVK has done and everything that the staff does just to tee those people up, so they can talk to RVK and the IFC. So right now things are working good. We actually had one period here where we had totally full employment on every one of our employees, but people get married, they move off, they do different things. So we're out there headhunting again, but we'll get some good people in. It seems like every person that's walked out the door, we've upgraded. It's going to be hard to do with some of these folks, believe me, but I'm sure that we're going to give it our best shot.
And that's all wonderful. Any other questions or thoughts? The only thing I'd say, it is very exciting to talk about all the investment opportunities and all that great stuff. But for the people of Wyoming, it's really important to know what this means in terms of taxes avoided. And if we can start to generate that, I know, there was a time, Mr. Treasurer, and I know you brought this up a lot, that the growth of the funds was predicated on basically mineral production.
Yeah.
And now, it's really important that these investments return. And I don't know if you've done that math, it used to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $3,000 to $5,000, somewhere in there, savings to every
What the
citizen.
long-term goal is that I look at Alaska, they got a couple of rough patches with a few managers, but essentially, their folks don't pay any income tax like us. They don't pay any sales tax, very little property tax, and it comes from their investments and their mineral revenue. And essentially, I think that we can get on a glide path here to where we can actually take taxes out of the equation, or high taxes out of the equation for everybody that lives in Wyoming. If we can keep people from cutting checks and putting it into people's pockets and having total instant gratification.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one last just comment. I was amiss not to mention one other part that has been extremely helpful in this process, and that's been the legislative body. And have two gentlemen over here who've been very instrumental, and others, but to allow us to get the staffing and the people that we need to be able to do our jobs. So, it's just really fun when you say, okay, let us try and provide the highest risk-adjusted return and not put handcuffs on it, on what we're trying to do. And, I think it's a message that the people of Wyoming, need to see that, you hear a lot is like, oh, we need to change this and change that. It's like, wow, what we're doing now and the trajectory that we've been on. And, when you have data to prove it and show that kind of money, and as you know, we're over a third of the state's budget, and hopefully will continue to grow and allowing us to do that. I'm just really thankful for everyone involved, and back office, our operational staff that in the past have they were understaffed and had some issues, and they've just been doing a fabulous job allowing us to do it. So it's just really it's wonderful when the whole team comes together and it works well, and we have data to prove that it is working. So just want to thank everyone for that.
Thanks. Madam Director.
Governor, that concludes the agenda today for the State Loan and Investment Board.
All right, is there anything else to come before the board? Is there any public comment that needs to come before the board? If there is none, I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
The motion is to adjourn. It's been made, it's been seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned.